G'day. How are you? So this is part 5 of the 48 and 48 fundraiser for Models for Heroes and the birthday bash for Model Officer and all that sort of stuff. Here with me, John from the Scale Modelling Twins in just north of Newcastle, Australia, and
you have me, Callum, from Auckland, New Zealand, also known as Columbus Models on YouTube, and host for Micro Machines podcast.
Very good. And we'll be joined with other guys a bit later on. I believe Craig's going to be a bit late. He's double booked, but that's fine. So welcome everyone back to the continuing stream. For people that are involved, thank you again. For people who are watching this for the first time and wondering what it's all about, we'll get to that in a minute. I'll just go to the comments. So we've got Steve Kessler saying, hello, fellow modelers, keep on modeling. Dave Cummings is saying, model on Wayne, model on Garth, rock and roll. Duke is, g'day all you beautiful people once again. Black Hat is saying, and we're back. Ray is saying, hello, John and Callum. Oh, we've got Dave Clark joining from Washington State, USA. Good day. Good day, sir. Washington State, I've been there. It's bloody beautiful. Yeah, just I think, yeah, it was on a Herc. We picked up some empty boxes for Harpoon missiles on our Herc and took them back to Australia and stuff, and had just a day off walking around Seattle and stuff. It's some beautiful, wonderful food. Scale Modelcraft is in. Hello, Steve Kessel and everyone else. And that's all the comments for now. So let's go to Callum. How are you progressing so far with your build?
So at the moment, I am up to painting everything. So I've got my fuselage done, and I spent over an hour trying to mask up the canopy because I can't put. It's got the weird sort of canopy where you have a sort of back canopy for looking behind you. So trying to mask it up has been problematic, but I got there in the end with a lot of blue tack. So so wings and fuselage, everything's all ready to start painting. I'm keeping everything separate for now just because I've got a bit of a complex, not overly complex scheme that I want to paint, but it's just going to be easier having everything separated, as well as I've got, flaps that are going to be put in the downward position and stuff like that. So, yeah, so literally today is just going to be all about painting and probably start weathering as well, possibly. We'll see. But,
yeah,
the day is young.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so here we are. So
how are you going?
What I'm up to is, I'll swap camera. Let's try that and go with this one. So yeah, I'm doing a Airfix 48 scale Spitfire Mark 1. So what I've done is, here we are. There we go, that button. Right, so it's against, well, I usually don't prime when I use lacquer paints. I find I don't necessarily need to, but I had time, so I've given this a quick whack. So at the end of last night, I basically had it all together. There's a couple of seams that could be better. Maybe I'll do them again with a bit of stuff before I paint it, but much the same as Callum. Most of the next couple of hours, the next session is going to be starting to get paint down on this. Now, I think I've made a mistake. What I was going to do was, before I primed it, that was a spur of the moment decision. I was going to just paint the inside of these frames with British interior grey-green, but I did not. So it's just primer now. So I think I might have a go at scraping some of that off and just painting that before I do anything else. But that's what I'm up to. It is, of its age. It's not as up to the standard as all the kits nowadays with rivet detail and everything else. This is a 1991 thing, but it is an early Spitfire, so it's got the the doped ailerons and elevators and all that sort of stuff. So there's a little bit of detail there. That's pretty cool. But I'll continue with that.
Very
Right. Oh, Mikey's in. He says, OMG, I've just realised, John, Callum, looks like your secret love child. Does he, though? Does he, though?
Nah, I don't have white hair yet.
Oh, no. Well, I don't think, no, I think, no. I think I look more like an infected pimple at the moment, being sort of a little bit more sort of reddy brown and just, yeah, I just look like it needs a good squeeze. That's what I'm thinking. Steve Kessler saying, hello, Dave. I'm from Marysville, Washington State, also. Model on. Very cool.
Nice.
And Alex is saying, we are so back. Andrew Haas is saying, g'day all. Dave Cummings, UK here, Stephen. Nice to meet y'all. Y'all. You see, I'll translate for the American friends. Well, it's not Washington State, but yeah, you understand. And Mark Dormus is another Washington State visitor here. Oh,
Getting a few from Washington.
not wrong. And you're all very welcome. So let us know. So all the guys watching around the world, let us know what you're working on specifically for the Put Out and Put Out if you're taking part. I am always interested in what everyone else is up to. Oh, wow. Scale Model Crafters, I'll make it 4 here from Washington also. Hi, Mark. Oh, Mark is saying I was Doramus. Okay, not Dormouse. Very cool. Okay, get that. Doramus. Oh, Humberto Ramirez is saying, hi, guys. Where are you from, Humberto? Bill. Mikey, Be the Veteran, is saying, so he does. It looks like father and son stream with all those beards. Lol. Love you, really. Callum, lol. See, that's something like saying, yeah, like you guys, but Callum, not you. Not so much. Tez is in.
Is that because I keep like bombing into his Friday streams and just annoying everyone?
Maybe. So if you've not heard of him, Bearded Veteran Crates is our friend Mikey. He's in Wales, part of the UK, and yeah. So I joined him and another friend or two. Call ourselves the Three Veterans, and we do live streams probably at the moment 3 and 4 nights a week. So big hello to Mikey, Bearded Veteran, internet YouTube channel. Check him out. Tezza is saying g'day, South Australian welcome. G'day everyone. So yeah, I was posted to South Australia for 5 years. Nice place. Ray is in. Ray down in Sydney. G'day, Mark. Griffia is in. Hello. G'day, all working from Fine Mold Zero Bup. Working on Fine Mold Zero. Cool. BUPP, not even sure, but Fine Mold Zero. Fine Molds are a great company. Oh, Trav, my friend. I used to work with Trav in Adelaide in the Air Force on the Orions. Tassie checking in, throwing paint around today too. Well done. We'll see if we can get you to join the stream a little bit later, Trav, if you're up for that. See what we can do, get another couple of people in as well. Dave Clark is saying he's working on a resin 1350 scale iron shipwrights SSN 575 Seawolf submarine.
Ooh,
that's cool.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. Umberto is from Long Beach, California. Very welcome. Joe Porsche is in. Jay, James, and Joe saying hi from Las Vegas, Nevada. I remember Joe. He was the Grand Poobah for the Nationals a couple of years ago. So you're very welcome, Joe. And he's with us for at least the next 2 hours. Good to hear. Toby Steele is in from Tacoma in Washington State, USA. Tacoma. That's where. So the airfield, for those who don't know, is the airstrip is in between Seattle, Tacoma, which is why they call it SeaTac, because it's a half and half of each. Ian is in Arvo All. Ian Muffman from my local model club. He's up the road about 30 odd kilometres or so. welcome back. Scale Modelcraft. Washington is crushing it. Not wrong. As he did in Valley Forge all those years ago. Scott's Models is in from another Tasmanian, saying hello. Dave Cummings. Come on, Mikey. Don't insult Callum like that. Oh, thanks, Dave, I think.
Ain't that just a backhand?
Ah, well, it's Dave. Griffier is in. He's from Christchurch, New Zealand. New Zealand. So,
I
yeah.
have a feeling I might know who that is. Is that Andy? Adam? I think it's Adam.
Let's find out. I think, well, Washington is in fear of being taken over by New Zealand here. So that's pretty cool. Let's see what we can do. Oi, so I kept on missing some Mikeys. Hello, my Australian amigo. Love you too, really. Yes, so he says. Oh, little typo there, Grippier. Scott's Models is saying, it's strange seeing sunlight behind John. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's actually, yeah, you can't really see, but down the hill there, like behind the stables and everything else, is like the gardener's wing and stuff like that. It's quite a walk. I never go down there because, you know, need a boot scrape and all that sort of stuff, so don't go out there much. Scale Modelcraft is in saying, hello, Joe. Andrew Haas is working on a Tamiya 148 scale Cromwell. Great choice. Very good. How are you finding it? Good? Alex Johnson, he's doing a 48 scale Tamiya Bowfighter Mark 6 as a night fighter.
Ooh, that's ambitious.
Yeah. No, they're good plane. It's a pretty good size too. I think,
Yeah.
good choice there. John Colasante, Matters of Scale is New Jersey checking in. I believe NJ is New Jersey. Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, you're over on the East Coast, so very welcome. Must be getting late there. Beat of Veteran Crates is saying it is, isn't it, Scott? It is, isn't it? All with a Welsh accent, of course, so it's just gibberish. Toby Steele is working on 148 scale Yak 1. Another good choice. Mike Doremus is saying hi, Ray Davis. Michael Radke is saying hi from Indianapolis, Indiana, working on the old Tamiya M41 Walker Bulldog. These are all good choices. You can't go wrong with the Tamiya kit, I think. Yeah. All good
On to my
choices.
second year doing a Tamiya for this group build, so yeah.
Griffey is saying, yes, it is, Adam. It is your old mate. Yeah.
Old mate Adam.
Luftrum 72, Ontario, Canada, burning the midnight oil. Very, very good. And yeah, very welcome. Are you building this weekend? I think your work is amazing. I don't know if you've got anything to your high standard which is achievable in 48 hours, but are you joining us in a build? Mikey saying, the problem with backlighting, John, is that white hair appears to vanish when the sunlight shines through it, so it makes John look bald, bless him. Does it, though? It makes me look, I don't know, is this sort of more Steve Martin, or is this more, I don't know what that is. It's a hot mess, that's what it is. I can close the door. Is it too bright? Let me know.
I don't know. I reckon Mikey's bringing enough shade as it is.
I think he's bringing enough shame. That's for sure. Scale Modelcraft is working on a 48 scale Rebel P40B Tiger Shark.
That's brave.
Yeah. Cool. Tiger Shark. So that's
those are
like Manchuria early war, sort of like
that'll be a flying tiger.
Flying tiger, yeah, with a shark's mouth. Sounds.
Yeah, funnily enough, not called a not called the Warhawk or a Kitty Hawk. They were called Tomahawks, the A and Bs. They didn't get a Warhawk or Kitty Hawk name until the C and D variants.
Oh,
just a niche little bit of info.
That's cool. Dave is saying "Viva la Canada." Yes, something like that. Canada, hey, very good, very very welcome. Yes, Black Hat. Saying Santa. I'm hearing this a lot. I might have to get rid of this. Even my wife is saying you need to sort of cull cull down, I'll just give it a trim or whatever. But you know, we'll see. I didn't want to really grow one. I just couldn't be bothered shaving. Then it was too late, and I just sort of looked in the mirror and went, I'm in. Might as well continue. Lufthansa was saying thanks for the kind words. Benching plenty this weekend, but not for the group build this year. Fair enough. But yeah, very welcome, as is everyone, to this stream. And I've been looking forward to this, and it's not disappointing. Mikey Beard Veteran is saying, sorry guys, me and Dave have been drinking since you went offline. Oh my God. Wonderful. Well done.
Do we dare put them on the live stream then?
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah,
be
like
the first time
demonetization, it'd be
cancelled.
fantastic. Let's give you a thumbs up there. We're gonna get, yeah, we go. Alex is saying the bow is big. It's A3 paper size. Only 2 major colours. So I'll catch up quickly. Fair enough. I think it's a great choice. Andrew Haas, Cromwell is okay. Some minor quibbles, gaps and ejector pin marks, but not worrying about them. Just having fun. Big fan of that. Luftram 72 is saying at Dave Clark, see. Simon Bainbridge, good afternoon, all from Hamilton, New Zealand. So the 3 now, fantastic. Trav, one of the, as far as I know, 2 Tasmanians now. You'll always be Sean McCarliffe. Thank you. I'm working on a 1 to 12 scale Aoshima custom monkey, a little motorbike thing. So yeah, Trav, yeah, there's the thing. So I'll find it a little bit later, but everyone was always, well, I was like the sergeant on the crew, so they're all taking the piss. So I was either Sean McCarliffe or Steve Martin or something like that. It was a bit of fun. Dave Clark, that grey hair and beard makes you look like David Wiley from the Tank Museum in Bovington. Oh, I'm not that handsome, mind you. I could go I think the woolen tie and the the Rupert the Bear sort of type vest or something. I think that's a good look.
Might be a bit warm in that weather, but yeah.
Oh, David Willie, isn't it? Is it Willie or Wiley? He would know. If he's watching, he's free to join and come on. But I'll see how that goes. Simon Bainbridge, he's working on the second stage of the camo on the 148 scale Wildcat. Another good choice. Oh no, Duke is saying forget Mikey on, he might start singing. You know the Welsh. There's a thing on his live stream. I'm not allowed to sing, so me and Gaahleri are always shut down as soon as we start going boom, 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 boom. Yeah, no, he cuts it off. He's not drunk. Just a combination of happy, energised, and tired at 3:47 a.m. in Wales. Oh,
Mikey's breaking the rules. He's breaking the ruls. You know what Skiffins keeps going on about? Got to take your breaks.
Got to take your breaks. Yeah. Well, I think he told me to go to bed last night. Now, so it's our turn, but I wouldn't do that because he's a friend. Look after yourself. See you later. Oh, that's it for the comments for now. So I might do a little bit of eyes down. I'm going to change my camera. So yeah, so just so we stop with the Santa comments. Oh, the one.
I'm doing it with my camera here.
All right. So usual thing, as we were saying to Mikey. So yeah, please, everyone, get well rested. Drink, have fun, and all that sort of stuff. Do whatever you want. We're not your mums. However, I'll reiterate, just because we've got people from all over the world here that, if any political comments, we'll just not read them out. As much as I'd love to get stuck into certain situations, I'm being very brave and going to control that. But yeah, everyone is welcome here, and yeah, this is a happy place with no politics, uncharacteristically. Oh. Mike is saying, no, it's not. Don't. Oh, no, it's not. Don't fib, John. Oh, I see. Yes. He's not incoherent, but he's getting that way. Dave Cummings is saying he's reading his comments just a waste of time. And same with this one. Mikey says, and this one. Dave is also this one. It's no more relevant. And this one too. Yeah. That's good. I don't know. I think if you ask Mikey, I could out annoy anyone else. Oh, well, let's ask Mikey. Don't forget that one. Right. I can have a bit of revenge a bit later on. That'll be funny. Now, look, as I said earlier, I did put primer on bits I wasn't going to. I think I'll just leave that. Maybe it'll be grey inside, but no, I'll give it a coat with interior green. But it'll mainly be grey. Oh! And this comment's quite forgettable. And apparently, today is payback, Marley. Lol. And Duke saying, don't be silly, guys. Oh, John, here's another comment. Oh, God, who's forgettable? Crikey, blimey. Who's forgettable? Oh, Marley, you mean? Yeah. All right. So, as I say, I'll just bear with me as I just do a couple of bits and bobs. Oh, that's right. Bit of Marley saying, but wait, which Marley? Now, yeah, for viewers, people are meeting us for the first time. I am a twin. My twin brother Paul is 4 minutes older than me. He's a keen modeler as well. Lives down in Victoria, in Melbourne, about 1,000 kilometres from where I live. Yeah, so when he was born, he was born foist. He was 4 minutes earlier than me, and to this day, he remains 4 minutes older than me, which is remarkable when you think about it.
And does he do that thing of, back when I was your age?
No. The first thing he said to me was, clean up your womb. No, he didn't say that. God, no, I've got it in my head. There we go, interior green. Oh, yeah. Duke is saying, how's the temperature there, Callum? It's 38 degrees here. So Duke is in
sounds
central
wonderful.
Victoria.
Currently, it is about 26 degrees, I think. It's not the worst we've had in a while.
No?
I mean, March is when autumn starts turning up, so it starts cooling down, especially in the morning and evenings where it's so much nicer. But in the day, it's still got a bit of potential. Yeah, it's about 25 degrees today, so it's not too bad.
So it's so as I say, I'm just north of Newcastle, which is about 170 odd kilometres north of Sydney. It's 34 and a half, 35 odd here. So it's slightly warm, but it's nothing we're not used to, of course. But the sun's only been out about 2 days now, because you may or may not have seen on the news that Brisbane, capital of Queensland, which is the next state north of me, was they had a tropical cyclone off the coast that was threatening to destroy all sorts of things. It didn't actually make landfall, but all the winds were floodwaters and lots of trees down and stuff like that. But they got through it okay, which is great. Yeah, but I was at the southern end of that big system, and it's only just stopped, sort of like raining. I think 2 days ago. So big changes in weather here. Ray Davis down in Sydney is saying, yes, crisis averted. I found the pilot figure that I lost last night. Great success. Very good. Where was it? Was it on the floor somewhere? Now, I'll put another smear of filler on that before I paint it. Yeah, as I said earlier, Callum, I believe, is double booked for a couple of hours. Not Callum, sorry. Craig Everson, Aussie skull modeler, will be joining us later on in the sesh. We'll have Ian along shortly. Steph probably along shortly. And we'll see, because it's the middle of the night in the UK. I'm not expecting James to be here as much as he was for last night's stream or yesterday's stream. But we'll see. As I said, lots of filler on this one. Well, it's not a lot, but it's enough, you know. So the other build I've got a couple of things going on alongside this. This is when I'm not doing not working on anything else this weekend. But yeah, currently on the bench in progress, I have an Armour Hobby 48 scale Hurricane 2C. What else? There's a Kugel Panzer ball tank from Mini Art, which is an excellent build so far. Loving that. Hoping to make that in the shape of it. Well, it is a shape, but in the form of a golf ball. Oh, wrong. Say it again. Cricket ball with an Australian figure on the side with a bit of sandpaper, giving it a rub because we're sportsmen here apparently, and we do things like that, like underarm bowling and stuff. Yeah, never good. If there's a way to break rules, we'll do that.
Things will never. Things on the list will never let you guys forget.
Yep. We constantly tell ourselves, all of our low points as well. What else? Oh, doing a half track. Well, it's a SDKFZ 251. This is a ICM kit, 35th scale. So that's coming along. And that's about it for the work in progress, I think. Oh, so Ray Davis found his part at the very bottom of the box that was used when we moved the house. Oh, okay. Well, at least you found it. Duke is saying, did the carpet monster regurgitate the pilot ray? No. Black Hat, carpet monster got my ramp hinge. Sounds painful. Ray is saying it's currently 36 here where he's based, which is, Sydney, outer Sydney. And Alex is saying, ha, 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 brilliant. And Andrew Haas, 30 degrees in Wollongong, which is about 100 odd kilometres south of Sydney. Wollongong. Yeah, Wollongong. So yeah, we got people from all over Australia as well. People from literally around the world, which is really good. And again, thanks for being part of this. Smear of that. I should have cleaned this up a bit last night. A little bit of a seam there, so I'll just give that a bit of a rub back as well. What to do? That one. Oh no. Travis saying the monster's been busy. It's got his fuel cap and headlight last night. Oh, are they chrome bits, Trav? Scott is saying, Mikey, go to bed. Oops. Yeah. Yeah. Let's have a look. Mikey's saying, why? What have I done? Trav saying, they were chrome. He stripped it off and they perfectly matched the carpet. Oh, that'll do it. Yeah, so this one being such an early Spitfire, the underside of this is all going to be aluminium. So we'll see how that goes. Oh, Mikey's blaming Dave, his drinking buddy. It's always Dave. Well, I, for one, am not drinking at the moment. It's way too early in the afternoon. I'm just looking around here for banners and videos and that sort of thing. I must be looking in the wrong place. Hmm. So it's only been half an hour. We've been live for this session. There's 29 people watching. All very welcome. So Duke is saying, John, I started that kit about 5 years ago, funnily enough. Got distracted by something and started doing Hurricane Mark 1. Then got distracted by a Messerschmitt Bf 109E4. I'm glad he's glad I'm doing it. Well, I'm not so glad. Like, I've got bits that if I had more time, I'd sort of clean up things like these flat bits. That should be continuous flap all the way across. They come so you can have them down, but I didn't want them down because they weren't parked with them down. I was, because I put the pilot figure in this, I was thinking about going wheels up option, but just decided not to in the end. Yeah. And Duke says he can see all the things that he has to fix. Yep. Yeah. It's a bit of a. It is. Yeah, it is what it is. I'll take these flaps down a little bit. You know, even though you're not going to see them, it's just they're sticking way too proud there. So I'm going to distort them just by getting rid of them. I think maybe I need a bigger stick. Carry a bigger stick. Oh, that's better. Yeah. Um. So there's a link on the screen there for the Just Giving page to donate to this wonderful fundraiser for Models for Heroes. If you want to follow that link, please throw a bit of money their way. They do wonderful work. My charity of choice, I must say. Even though I'm being an Australian, not entitled to anything from Models for Heroes at all. I've become an official Models for Heroes fundraiser, and I fortunate enough to be for a couple of years now one of the presenters for their live streams. We go out live on it's 11 a.m. on Sundays UK time, which is 10 p.m. Sydney time on Sundays out to the world. But we also have streams on Monday and Wednesday for volunteers and beneficiaries only. So I've been doing 3 streams a week with generally Steph, John, and Mel Mayfield, and we have other people drop in occasionally and take part and talk to us and stuff like that. It's a great bunch of people and very good friends. Oh, Duke is saying, can you do the Hurricane next, John? And can you do the ME 109 for him, Callum? I guess he can't be bothered anymore, Duke.
I mean, I've only got one 109, but that's in 32nd scale. Although it's one I really want to start on, but sort of middle of the list of things I want to build. You ever have that problem of like, I really want to build this, but I've also got about 10 others that I really want to build at the same time.
Well, yeah. So if I finish a kit, I usually have what I call first world problems, which is, which kit will I build next? Because I don't have a huge stash. It's probably about 40 odd kits. But the reason I have them is because I want to build all of them. That's why I bought them. So generally, it's just like I can take days, like just in a lock and like a circling pattern of which one will I build? And then I ask around, and everyone says, "Yeah, it just doesn't matter. Just choose one." So I mean, what I will say is I was doing a Russian aircraft, and then decided not to progress with that one. So I put that down and picked up any other thing. So I had the Hurricane for about a year or so. So I thought that's about time I started that one, and I'm loving that Armour Hobby 48 scale one. It's a beautiful kit. Not worth bringing it over. Everyone knows what a Hurricane looks like. It looks the same as this at the moment, just that colour is just in primer. I've just primed these both at the same time. But I'm thinking, I mean, so I think the next cab off the rank for me, look, it's a choice of 2. I'm thinking a Mini Art London Omnibus or Airfix Handley Page Victor. I think I might go the Victor.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah. So I won that one in an auction lot on one of these very streams about 3 years ago. Dave Goldfinch from On the Bench had it as an auction lot. He decided he wasn't going to build it, so I snapped it up. So I bought everything I could for it, all the photo etch and stuff, which is good because that's all unavailable now. But yeah, I'll go whole hog, put everything inside that you won't see, but I'm sure I'll enjoy it because I do love that aircraft.
So you're doing your color scheme based off the one for the kit for this one?
Yeah. So I'm going for this one. This is 19 Fighter Squadron Royal Air Force in Duxford, August 1938. So this is they were the launch customer, if you like, for the Spitfire. So it's one of the very first ones. So at that stage, they were all they had half of them were in this A scheme, as they call it, the The other half are in a B scheme, which is they flip the pattern over and then reverse the colours. I'll be doing this A scheme, just with silver underneath. The other option for this kit was a later one, so this is an actual this is Mark II A apparently, A wing being 8 303 guns and not a B wing, and C wing wasn't invented yet. So this is the Sky Type S underneath and all that sort of stuff. Well, I've already got something that looks like that, so I'll go for the earlier scheme because I've not done it. Yourself, are you doing the outer box?
I was going to do. Where is it? I was going to do this one, which is a 520 that was used by the French and then captured by the Germans to use as training. So they've given it a German, mottled scheme, and then recaptured by the French at the end of in 44, and then used against the Germans, but they kept the camo scheme, just put it on French markings. So I was going to try and copy this one direct, but then I've found one that that's sort of a mashup, looking online. So I've got this wonderful little book that I reference a lot for my builds called Flying Colors, and it has the best. Let's see if I can get my camera up a bit better. It is my best friend when it comes to finding out different color schemes for aircraft. So bookmark this one for the 520. So I'm going to be looking similar to this one here, but with a slightly different pattern, but based similar off this one. But if you have access to this book, probably, and you build a lot of aircraft, this will be like your best friend, because it gives you so much.
Wow. Is it all drawn by one person?
Yep. So this is by William Green, who does really good reference books and history books about aircraft. He's like one of the best authors out there.
Very good.
But yeah.
So Scott's models says I've never built a P-51 or Hurricane. I now have a P-51 in the stash. I just need the Hurricane. Yeah. As I said, the Arm Hobby one, it's a beautiful kit. Like I think it goes together as well as the Gaahleri Spitfire, but it's a smaller scale, of course. Mikey says he has an Airfix 148 scale Hurricane and an Airfix 148 scale BF-109 to do Duke, but shh, don't tell Steve Martin's convicted cousin. Lol. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I did not do any seam work before I primed this. I really should have. Here we are. It's pretty dumb. Find myself sanding back the primer.
Do you build a lot of British stuff?
It's probably my jam. So I love British aviation particularly, just because I find there's so much more. I mean, it's remarkable history, I think, and it's sort of pretty much all gone now. As we've seen, like now there's pretty much one British aviation company. They do a lot of great work, but there's pretty much just two American companies. So again, I think globalization and takeovers and all that sort of stuff has taken its toll a bit. So it's the big corporations are the only ones that are able to do all this. But no, I do love British aviation. So, and I think what brought me into the hobby when I was a kid is reading a book called Fighter by Len Dighton. And it was an introduction to an overview of the Battle of Britain. In that, he was talking about these particularly, Spitfire versus Hurricane versus 109, how they're constructed, what the differences were, and explained everything that everyone pretty much knows if you're a modeler of aircraft about, the ability to outturn and all that sort of stuff like that. And I've just not sort of gone away from it. I just love that the whole era, I think. Oh, and all of it. So yeah, no, yes. Short answer, yes.
Well, I have a PDF of a book you might be interested in. British Aviation Colours of World War II, the official camouflage colours markings of RAF aircraft from 1939 to 1945. And it is very technical about the markings.
Oh.
If you're into that kind of stuff. And colours.
Sounds like I am. All right.
And serial numbers. I've read it about 3 times. It's very interesting.
Oh, that's weird. So what I find is for cleaning these sanding sticks, I find a flying glove is really, really good for it. I'm just trying to remember where I put mine. Oh dear, I won't find that. Oh, later. That'll do. Trav is saying here's an Armour Mark 1 Hurricane and stash earmarked for 303 Squadron. Cool. Mine, yeah, look, I will grab mine. Just give me a sec. There we go. So yeah, this is the Armour Hobby one. As I say, it's much the same condition as the other one. It's just simply primed, ready for bits of paint to go down and everything else. But compare like for instance, this is an older kit, so there is no comparison. It's a 1999 odd kit compared to the Armour Hobby one's about 2 years older. Look at that, the difference in detail. Isn't it amazing? So no, you can't go wrong with this Hurricane. I think it's a beautiful kit. So the schemes this comes with the one that I've got. It comes with a night fighter version. That one, which is Robert Stanford Tuck, and a later Polish one from 1944. So I'm going for the standard sort of Battle of Britain earlier Hurricane there. I think Robert Stanford Tuck's aircraft is like a quintessential Hurricane for me. So that's what I'm going for. And that's coming along nicely. Probably have to do another one down the track. Tez is asking, who's the publisher for Flying Colours? Had a look on an online bookstore and it's not there. Can you help?
So published by Greenwich Editions.
Most likely out of print now. Yeah.
Probably. I mean, this book is from 1997, I think.
Oh, okay. Dave Cummings is saying, Mikey, it's never my fault, except when it is, which it usually is. Duke was watching Nigel's modelling bench, and he uses denim to clean his sanding sticks. Yes, any coarse material will work very well. Yeah. I did that once on my jeans. My wife was not impressed. So now I find I've got a pair of flying gloves from back in the day from when I was doing flares and stuff. I had to sort of do that in case, we're engulfed in it, like 3,000 degree fireball, that, it would be like the reflective belt of invincibility. But I can't see where I put it. I'll have to get an old pair of jeans and cut them up maybe. They're around somewhere. And Tessa says, thank you, Callum.
No worries. Let's get some splatters on.
Oh, that's a good tip. Scar Modelcraft is saying a rubber eraser works amazingly well for sanding sticks. Cool. I haven't got one here. I have one at the back of a clutch pencil. Oh, sure does. Yeah. I will do that later on. Thank you. Dave's asking if I was an Air Force pilot or crew member. No, I was not air crew. I was an avionics technician. I did 27 and a half years in Royal Australian Air Force. So I did 14 years on Hercules, E, H, and J models. 5-year desk job ordering spare parts. Then 5 years on the Orions, AP3C Orions, the Australian version of a C model P3 for 5 years, and then they were pretty much about to be retired, well, replaced by the Poseidon, P8 Poseidon. And then I went to, up here where I live now, did 2 years on Classic Hornet, and then went across to F-35s and did them for the last 3 years of my career. Yeah. So no, I was avionics. So all of that jazz, and yeah, did all sorts of things with different things because obviously for many I did three and a half tours of Middle East with the Hercules. Did a couple of things with the Orions, including so MH370, the search for that aircraft that's still missing. Did that. There was an anti-ISIS operation in the Philippines that the Australian government and the Philippines didn't want anyone to really know about because they had the older plane about to be retired doing it because the new plane couldn't. So that is all sort of hush-hush in a way. But we won, and they got their town back, so that's nice. And didn't do anything operationally with the Hornets or certainly F-35s. I didn't really work on the F-35s because what happened to me is as soon as I did the initial course on the F-35, I had back problems for about 20 years, and it would flare up every, say, 3 or 4 months or so. And then I'd just take anti-inflammatories and just, soldier on and all that sort of stuff like that. Well, anyway, I was sitting down for 12 weeks doing that F-35 course, finished it, went on to late shift, made it to the Tuesday, and I was terrible sciatic pain, couldn't walk, couldn't do anything. I was in so much pain. In fact, I saw my boss, he said, go home, go to medical in the morning. I was in so much pain, I went to medical on the way home, and it was like 10 o'clock at night. And they just obviously said, come back tomorrow. And I was, in a lot of pain. So went and saw them, got some painkillers, anti-inflammatories, and it never got better. I had trouble walking for months. It was awful. I'll try to keep this brief, but actually, look, I'll show you. Yeah, while I'm talking, I'll show you my head because it's easier than being Italian and just talking with my fingers. So anyway, so what I found is I had awful trouble working. In fact, I'd go to work, say start 20 past 6 or so for a 7 o'clock start, and walking to the front door of the office or the hangar, if you like, I'd be in tears walking from the car to that because it was so painful to walk with this sciatic pain. My whole left side, my left leg was really sore, deep pain, and I couldn't feel my left toe for a few months. It was awful. It never got better. So in September that year, I had a spinal fusion operation where they removed the disc material, put screws into 2 vertebrae, and then vertical rods to hold them together, apart if you like. And then it promotes a bone growth. So there's no disc material, there's no impact on the nerve. So disappeared, all the sciatic pain went away. It was fantastic. However, it had a the detrimental effect with they literally have to cut you in half to do that. So it became deep muscle pain and everything else. Now, with all this, my mood went through the floor because I couldn't do my job, and I was just trying to keep going and all that sort of stuff, and I couldn't do it. Like the last thing I did on one of the planes is we washed one of the aircraft, and then I was going around doing just re-lubricating all the joints in the undercarriage, just because we didn't have enough people on shift and they needed a hand. So I'm out there helping the boys and girls doing all that. So twisting and trying to get up into these places and all that sort of stuff. I did the nose, the left main, and then said to the guys, I'm going to the toilet, be back in a minute. And I was in the change room, lying down on the bench, like under the lockers, just bawling my eyes out because I was hurting so much from just doing that simple job. And I just went into the boss and said, I can't do this anymore. And all. He said, go home, yada, yada, yada. And that was it. So go forward another few months. I basically just said, nah, get out. You're a waste of time. You're not performing. You're not walking with purpose and all that sort of stuff. So that was pretty much the end of my career. Fun fact, though, when I was doing the F-35 course, I was listening to On the Bench podcast, as you do, and they mentioned a thing called Models for Heroes. And I thought, oh, that sounds good. I'd like to get involved in that, see what I could do to help out. Literally within weeks, I went from being someone who could be like a volunteer for them for an Australian version of the same thing to somebody who definitely would have been a beneficiary, like a needing support. With the increase in pain was a decrease in mood, and I'd never suffered from any what I'd call mental health issues before, and it blindsided me. I had trouble coping, I must say. So that's why I'm passionate about this cause, is because I've sort of lived it, if that makes sense. Like I know what guys and girls that are in the Defence Forces deal with as soon as you're that guy and you're not keeping up with the others, like, nah, you're not performing, we'll get someone who will take over from you and all that sort of stuff. But these guys never said, my boss never said, look after yourself, take it easy. He was pretty much, get out, but he was being awful about it. He was saying, like, no one respects you. I don't respect you. Your peers don't respect you. Your subordinates don't respect you. And yeah, like, all that sort of crap. You're not performing. Oh, why aren't I performing? Because you're not deploying. Oh, will you deploy me? No, because you're not performing. Right. So yeah. So there we are. Sorry, Dave. That's another long story. No, I was not aircrew. I was avionics. Excellent. I think he's most impressed that I was in a lot of pain. That's great. No, I'm kidding. And Dave says, thanks. Sounds like a great career. I really enjoyed it. And as Trav here in the chat would know that, I worked with him for a number of years. And it was good. Like, there were some difficult things that we all did together and stuff like that. But we had fun while we were doing it. And we're still good mates now. Like, we just talk about modelling and all sorts of stuff, music. He's a wonderful bunch of guys, I must admit. But yeah, no, I can't do it anymore. And I'm a pensioner now. I must admit, I'm still in pain. I'm not taking the big stuff. I am. So I cut the lawn earlier today. I could open the door and show you, but trust me, the servants, I gave them the day off, so I actually cut the lawn. But after doing that, before I do it, I need to take painkillers so I can get through it. And then afterwards, I usually take an inflammatory to sort of work in the rest of the day. I can't do any manual sort of work anymore, I think. And I was an electrician before I joined up. I can't do that. I can't carry a ladder. It's just not fun anymore. It's a young person's game, I guess. But just don't want to do that. And I hate the thought of going to work as a contractor on, say, the F-35s, because there's a lot of things about that program that I didn't like, and I certainly don't want to be around some of those people. I don't want to see them again. That part of my life is over, and I just don't want to. I guess it could be easy money, turning up and working, supporting the airframe and all that sort of stuff. But I think I'd be too vocal and just telling people what I really think, because I think the older I get, the more intolerant of stupidity I think I'd get. So, you know, I don't want to be in a position where I tell people what I really think, because I don't think I'd be there much longer. All right, I might jump across to the spray booth and get some brown down on this, some dark earth. Because I'm using lacquer paints on this, there's virtually no drying time, but I'll leave it for a bit. Once it's all brown, the deal is I'm not going to really muck around. I will be using. Sorry, I'll change the camera again. I've got a set of masks for this, just to make it easy. And these ones were available in Australia, so I do order top-notch masks from the UK on occasion. It depends what I'm working on. If there's certain complicated schemes, then I'd go these. Now, this isn't a complicated scheme, but it's just for ease of it. I just thought, no, I'll just get one of these. So literally, it's a an A scheme. And what I usually do, they have a mud map of which one's which and everything else. Now, obviously, there's nothing printed on the actual sheet. So what I tend to do before I start is just get a Sharpie and just write those numbers down for next time, because it's not great, but it shows where they all go. So, you know, could be worse, could be better. There's some of these things they do, they're not great, but you could work it out. It's a pretty good guide. But why is that reversed? This is an A scheme. So why is that a B scheme? Oh, that's reversed. I don't think this is right. This drawing, top notch. Let's confirm that. Oh, Tez is saying it's very true. You do get intolerant of the stupidities you get older. Thanks for sharing that. I appreciate it. Yeah, look, fact is, like, go back even a year ago, if I'd been relating that story, I'd be in tears, because you know, awful memories, and it was the worst time of my life. And yeah, I don't really like dwelling on it and stuff. I think, yeah, I think it's either, yeah, I think time heals all wounds, if that makes sense. Right, so this is the instructions for an Eduard Spitfire. This is a Mark II dual combo. So I'm just going to use this as a reference, because this has got A and B schemes at the back there. So let's see, that one's the same as that. Okay. So this Douglas Barter one. Just bear with. Just trying to work this out. Oh no. This is a B scheme. Oh, sorry. I'll just go and grab another kit. All right. Okay, so that's a B scheme, which means That's an A scheme. That's a B scheme. So this is saying it's marked A. You know what? I think I bought the wrong set. So I needed a. Okay, I think it's badly drawn. Maybe it's just different. So that's a B scheme. That's a B scheme. It's an A scheme. You know what? I'm just going to use a mask set and do it in accordance with that and just paint it anyway. I don't think anyone will know the difference. Well, I don't think anyone would except me. That was a nice segue. Dave saying, thank you for sharing your story. Sorry I had to retire from a career found fulfilling, but it sounds like it was for the best and you're in a better mental place now. That's true. I mean, the F-35s, I live local to them here, and every time I hear them go over, I'm so happy that I don't have to care about like getting the numbers up every day and stuff like that. They can do it without me. I just, a lot of that. So when doing stuff, certainly on the Orions and the Hercs, was always, you're going to be doing something that matters, something operational. With these guys, all they're doing is training, But I've never been a fan of us versus them. I think, I think Trav would agree with me that, like, I don't like, oh, he's a Herc guy, what does he know? Oh, he's from Orions, oh, he's from fighters and air show squadrons, that's all they do. And my view is just, look around a bit more, like actually go and see what they're like and have a look and try that flavor. You might like it, but yeah, I don't like that sort of rubbish, self-perpetuating crap. Mike is saying he would. He'd shed more than a few tears when I've shut my big head gob and let him open up. That's true. Yeah. Oh, we got a new visitor.
Hi guys.
Hello, Ian. Welcome back.
Sorry, I'm late. I didn't
realise it's just an hour.
Just an hour late. Sherman tank's coming quite nicely.
Oh yes.
Just finished putting some UV cut flat clear on it. So yeah, starting to look good. About to start painting some figures. All deckled up.
Wow. Great progress.
Yeah. Stowage is all painted. So yeah, definitely getting there. Quite happy with how it looks.
Looks like a Sherman.
Quite like that UV cut super clear. Dries really nice and quick.
Yeah.
All right, I want to paint some figures. Paint some crew.
Very cool. Simon Wallace Terry says, hi John, it disgusts me that the service treated you like that. I know exactly what you're talking about, as I have a bad back. My God, it makes me angry to hear how non-sympathetic companies can be. Yeah, that's right. What's really appalling is my boss, who was the worst one, I'd known him for 26 years. Like we went through the ranks together on Hercs, and we used to be mates. But as soon as as soon as it came to it, he was not supportive at all. He's just pretty much, no, you're not performing, get out. No, you're not promotable. No, and everything. And what's even worse is his wife had a spinal fusion operation, I think 20 years before. So he should have known. Well, actually, as a flight sergeant, you should know how to be a personnel manager, wouldn't you? But yeah, they promote these people. Duke says, unless you're researching the A and B camouflage, you wouldn't know anything about camouflage of Spits and Hurricanes. True, they do look the same. I'm still trying to work out which one's which here, because I think the wing is drawn one way and I think the fuselage is drawn another. I'm still trying to work that out. But, because I do have a stencil camouflage mask set for a B scheme, and now I have an A scheme, but just trying to work out which one they've drawn here. It's an A scheme.
All right. Yeah.
Oh, I see. No, it's a B scheme. It is a B scheme. Because it's an odd number serial. Okay, I won't use a top-notch set. I'll use the other set. Yeah, so you've got A scheme camouflage, B scheme camouflage, A wing, B wing, for the gun arrangement and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, it can be a bit challenging on which one's which and which aerial, and whether it has the IFF, the pipsqueak antennas on the side there, and whether it's got the line going from there to the top of the rudder. Whether it has a red crowbar. These are all things that get people's blood boiling, and it's just like, the only people that really matter are the people that are building it. And as I'm going to say, I'm not a person to look, that's wrong, that's incorrect. I never criticize anyone else's builds, but I'd like to get it right occasionally when I do something, if I have time, and I do. I think because this is not much. There's not much in the way of detail in this kit. So all I've got to do in the next 2 days is paint to put decals on it. Being an older kit, there's not too many decals. Transfers, stickers, decals, however you want to say them. So this one, I'll show you this because it's on the bench. This is a Mark 1, well, it's a Mark 2 Eduard kit done as a Mark 1 A. So this is painted like X4009, which is a Pat Hughes, who's an Australian born in Cooma, RAAF pilot, and then transferred 1936 to the RAF. Became with the war coming on and all that sort of stuff. Then fought in the Battle of Britain, and he died doing that in this aircraft. I think this aircraft was about 20 days old when it speared in over London. But this is with an Eduard. This was like a big Ed set, if you like. So it's got all the guns, all the 303s and the wings there, and remnants of the black and white identification scheme before pipsqueak, the IFF, and of course the full engine set, all resin, and you can't see it, but the full cockpit resin sort of set as well. So I've put a lot of work into this one, but I think it looks pretty bloody good. And this actual aircraft, the remains of it are about 100 kilometres, 150 odd kilometres from me at the moment, a place called Scone in New South Wales, where the gentleman over there has bought the wreckage of this. There's not much remains of it, but they're going to use a couple of bits of it and rebuild what they can, and have a genuine, well, it'll be a reproduction, but it'll be parts of the actual aircraft flying again in probably about 10 years or so. But these are all camouflage masks and serials masks as well, by a good friend of the channel and Models for Heroes volunteer Mel Mayfield. So it's pretty good. I think he's done a wonderful job with those. masks. Ray is saying, "G'day, Ian. I hope that you've got that aircon working for you."
I do. It's freaking hot out there.
Yeah?
Yeah, I just came out of the garage where I've been painting it. Oh, it's quite warm.
Yeah. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to step across to the booth, so I'll have to hand the comments to one of you guys for the next, say, 20 minutes or so. Is that all right?
Yeah.
No worries.
I'll change my
We're
camera.
not concentrating too much to not talk.
Cool. So, yep, I'll just be there. Now, yeah, I'll put AirPods in so I can be cordless and still be part of the chat and everything else, but Toby is saying decals.
Stickers.
Okay. So I could do like, as James was doing last night. So, pipsqueak or hash browns. We could do that same thing again. Do you say decals, dirkles, decals? It doesn't matter. Like, different people have different accents, except Australians, of course. We don't have an accent, but
no, that's right.
Yeah. It's like, when Siri talks here with an Australian, or what people call an Australian accent, it just sounds to me like, English, how it's meant to be pronounced. So, I don't really have a problem with that. And to the rest of the world, maybe you're just wrong.
Yep, more than likely. Because we know it best.
Yes. So, yes. So the old saying, Australia was always destined to succeed because our founding fathers were hand-picked by the best judges in England.
That's right. Very true, mate. Very, very true.
Yeah. Alex is saying, yeah, we got the default language settings in Australia. Yep. Yeah.
This is when it's a mixing pot of like thousands of different dialects from England.
Oh yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Like people in the next village sound like you could tell someone's from up north and all that stuff like here. But I really can't pick if anyone's from Perth or Queensland. They can be separated from the same distances east to west coast in the US, and I can't pick a difference. People from Melbourne don't. Apparently, we say Melbourne.
Yeah,
maybe Ian would agree. Yeah, Melbourne. Yep. So somebody picked I was from Victoria originally because I said Melbourne. But yeah, it's not much in. Oh, and you pick out people from Adelaide because they tend to say plant instead of plant.
Yes, that's right.
They go and plant a plant instead of planting a plant. Planting a plant. Yeah, and of course the South Africans, they take a bit of column A and a bit of column B. So Dr. Christian Barnard, the world famous South African heart surgeon. So you could either say transplant or transplant, but if you pick one of each, you're suddenly South African. So transplant or transplant.
Yes, very true. Very, very true.
All right, jumping across to the booth. I'll shut up, Mikey.
It's all good. Mate. Let's put some base colouring on the tank crew.
I'm trying to get some of these effects going on.
We don't need that.
Maybe, I don't know. Come on, give me a thumbs up. There we go, thumbs up. And 2 thumbs up, I think it's fireworks. Yeah. But what else is there? I think maybe that one. Yeah, balloons. There we go. How pretty.
Balloons. There you go.
All right.
Just need to find the right colours for my tank crew. Don't want to YouTube. Okay. something that's... Here we go. It's more green. Where are we? Khaki, dark green, maybe. So how's the D1 team coming along, Callum?
Coming along quite nicely at the moment, just freehanding the camouflage scheme, sort of copying 3 different schemes right now from 3 different places and making my own sort of one.
Oh, right. So you're still going for that model effect one, or?
Sort of. I've changed it a bit. Instead of being speckled, it's going to be more mottled with 3 tones in it as opposed to just 1. So
Right.
it's not going to like be too much of a an issue to paint it up.
Yeah.
I hope. Just trying to get my colors right. It's the only thing I struggle with nowadays.
Close enough sometimes.
Yeah, that's the principle I work on.
As long as it looks about right.
But I can happily say that I am thoroughly enjoying this kit more than I thought I would.
Excellent. Well, at least to me, so it should be a pretty relatively easy build.
Yeah, this is my very first Tamiya 48 scale aircraft. So,
Oh, right, okay.
I don't build. This is only my second 48 scale anything, actually.
Yeah.
No, third. It's not
Question
actually a
for-
scale, I guess.
Sorry.
What
Question
was
for
that?
Ian. What company crew figures are you using?
FC Model Trend. 3D printed resin ones.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, as I was saying, 48 scale is not a scale that I usually build much on. More of a aircraft is either 32nd or 72nd or 35th armor.
Right.
But I think after this one, I might just be a bit of a convert.
Okay. Yeah, I did buy the wrong scheme. I bought a B scheme, not an A scheme. So I'll just use the other one a second time.
Yes.
Oh, where is it?
Yeah, definitely not the right colour. What's up?
Griffey is saying New Zealand has 3 different accents. Would you concur, Callum?
Yep, you got the north, south, and then you have Stewart Island, but they're a bunch of weirdos.
Huh. Well, with a distinctly Stewart Island accent.
Yeah, it's like the South Island, but worse.
Oh. Yeah, I have met a couple. I was over there years ago now. That's actually when I back first went. Yeah, I did meet somebody in the airman's mess there that I honestly had trouble understanding. And she wasn't Maori, but it was a very, very thick accent. Taz is saying, Callum, what air pressure setting are you using? It seems very low pressure with very thin paint.
Yep, very thinned out. Good question. We'll say around 10, 10 psi.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to keep it thin, but I'm not using. I don't have primer down, so. So it requires a couple of coats to build up, but I kind of prefer doing that as opposed to just trying to put one thick base color down or anything like that. I like to just have that little bit more control.
Sure.
Especially for freehanding stuff like this. Put these together and see how they.
And Simon's saying, haha, yeah, can't argue with that. Definitely 3 accents here in New Zealand.
Well, because you've also got the white, the Pakeha New Zealand, and then the Maori New Zealand, and 2 different accents right there, sort of thing.
Hmm.
That's looking how I want it. Let's float a whole bunch of this in. How do you?
Okay.
That's the green.
And Trav is saying, I'm the same, Callum, 10 to 12 psi and close to 50-50 paint, thinner for spraying. Paint to thinner for spraying.
Yeah, I find that's probably the golden ratio, because I also use Tamiya enamels for everything, so which some people struggle with, but I don't know, for me it just works.
Yeah. Everyone's got their favourite paints.
Yeah, we had a discussion after you guys went to bed last night about paint systems. I think the consensus of opinion was, you know what it's like. Some people online would say, "Don't use this. Only use Tamiya." Whatever. There's people have what works for them, and they will espouse that as the truth. And you must do it this way and stuff. I think what we all agreed is you do what you feel comfortable with, what works for you. Everyone is different. Every paint system has a learning curve. None of it is flawless, faultless. Some colors in some ranges are better than others, and it's all that sort of stuff. So it comes down to, I think, choose a paint system that's easy for you to procure, whether it be at your local store or an online store nearby that you can just grab them from.
I'm just going to redo my wet palette. It's getting a bit full. Back in about 5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Duke is saying, like the old ad says, if you're onto a good thing, stick to it. Joe Pusho says, good night, y'all. See you tomorrow. We're tired. Yeah, fair enough. Good night, Joe. Look after yourself. Join again tomorrow morning. Or whenever you wake up. Ooh. And so I'll hand the comments management to you if you don't mind, Callum, for the next 10 or so, just while I spray this.
No worries.
Cheers.
All right. Back.
So what paints are you using for your figures?
Scale 75.
Oh, nice.
Oh, it's like painting with silk. Absolutely love these paints. Absolutely love them. All right. Oh, rightio. Flash, which is, where's pink flash? That one. You ever used them, Callum?
No, not those. I've only just got myself first time using the Vallejo set.
All right.
For painting some Soviet tank riders.
Yep.
So first time using Vallejo, and got to say, lives up to the hype.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I mean, usually for acrylics, I use AK, but I don't actually paint with acrylics a lot, to be honest.
Yeah.
I find their drying times just a little bit too fast for my liking.
Yeah, you got to put retarder with it.
Yeah. Since I'm not a dedicated acrylic, I don't have like all that kind of stuff for it, so
Yeah, I got
comment
introduced.
from Toby, repaints and paint systems, couldn't agree more. Tamiya is my go-to, but I love Vallejo flat varnish over Tamiya's. See, what I actually do is for base colors and all that, especially large things, I'll use Tamiya enamels, and then I use AK acrylic varnish between them just to try and protect. Because if you put enamel on enamel, they have a tendency to strip each other off. So I like to have a acrylic in between them just to try and protect the layers.
I still basically just do like a heavy dry brush and then finish everything off with oils.
Oh, yeah.
I find the oils just have that tendency to just blend everything together.
Yeah, I've started teaching myself how to use more oils for things nowadays, like especially for ships. I find they're really good for 700 scale ships.
Yep.
Primarily as just highlight, sort of blending and dry brushing, just to get all those little edges out.
Yes.
One from Griff, yeah. Vallejo works well for airbrushing with flow improver and retarder. Not as simple and lacquer though. I've heard a lot of bad things about airbrushing Vallejo.
It's
As in, it doesn't want to.
yes, yeah, I've heard the same.
Then again, I'll give anything a go. I mean, I'm the guy who for my very first 48, I wasn't a host, but I was still participating, and I was building the Lindbergh F86A Sabre in 48 scale. I didn't have any enamel or gold because I didn't want the stripes to be yellow. I decided to be a little bit extra and go make them gold.
Yep.
The only gold paint I had was Humbrol acrylic, from an Airfix starter pack.
Oh, playing with fire.
I managed to thin it down and airbrush it and come out with a good result. It only took about 20 layers. But I still managed it. I still managed to airbrush it. It's just painful.
Oh, I bet.
And actually, I just happen to have it right here after I went and got it. But
Oh, I remember seeing that one.
yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, that the gold stripe, that is Humbrol starter pack acrylic airbrushed. So came out fairly well.
Yeah.
I reckon.
Lindbergh kit, you say?
Yep, Lindbergh. This was tooled in 1949. This one, and I gotta say, really good kit to build. Like no putty or anything at all. Raised rivets, but whatever. That's fine for its age. But otherwise, extremely good kit, and I got it for about $5.
Well, that's even better.
Scott's models are saying use flow improver for Vallejo. It slows down the drying time, works with the airbrushing. Yeah. So yeah, it's sort of like most people here, I think, have tried Vallejo. Oh, sorry, Vallejo. Yeah, all the Model Air and everything else. They can be rubbery, but they do have a pretty good range of colours. But if you want to just say, certain colours, say if you want, there's certain colours that are hard to find. I think just look up say BF109 or say 0, that sort of thing. Can be hard to find. Rockin' is anything. There's several different kinds of Vallejo. Model Colour and Model Air are very different. Air is pretty thin and nearly ready to go with an airbrush. Yeah, some of them are better than others. I listen to the airbrush, if that makes sense. I try it, and if it's say struggling to it's coughing and spluttering and stuff, then I'd thin it down more or put in flow improver or a retarder or whatever. Generally, if I'm spraying it, I would put in say 2 drops of flow improver to prevent or slow down tip dry. It'll still dry the tip, but you can get more down before you need to just clean the tip with I usually just get a cotton bud and swing it around and can clean that up. But as I was saying, it's a pretty good brand. They're available in most places. The colour range is wonderful, and they're workable. They're easy to work with. The Humbrolls we all grew up with, and the testers if you're in America. The ones we grew up with, back in the 70s, 80s, 90s. And they have Game Air as well as another brand. Some good choices there, I find. Sorry, was my booth annoying if I'm standing over there?
Nope.
All right. If it does get annoying, let me know, and I'll mute myself.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Craig.
How are we going?
Good, mate. How are you?
Sweating like a...
It's a bit tasty out there, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got 40-degree heat here.
40? Yeah. Oh, you hit the 40s.
Yeah, and no aircon at the moment because that died.
Oh, no.
Of course it did.
So, how's everybody's builds?
Coming along really nicely.
Very well.
So Simon Wallace Terry is saying, any of you used black Vallejo primer? Unless I'm using it incorrectly, I found it awful. You are correct. It is awful. I don't use it. I've used it a couple of times. I've tried everything. It's still awful. I just don't touch it anymore. I don't know why I've got it easy to reach there. If I'm priming, a lot of the time if I'm using SMS paints and lacquers, I don't bother priming. But if I do prime, I cheat these days. I just go out and buy a Tamiya spray rattle can. It goes down easy. It is more expensive, but I cannot abide by this stuff. My brother was trying to preach me how to use it. Then he came over and he tried to do it, and it doesn't work. It is shit.
Yeah, totally agree. It's garbage.
Scott's Model saying he's been using Outlaw paint, and that's fantastic to use. Yeah. Scotty Scale Studio saying I use their black quite often. He sends a 50-50 and a drop of flow improver. Okay. Maybe I'll give it another go then, because it must be me bigger trouble. There's John over there saying I'm reminded that I need to buy some. I'm sorry? Oh, you got to thin it out?
The Vallejo, I believe you got to really thin it out.
Yeah. Chicken saying with John over there, I'm reminded I need to buy some chicken drumsticks for dinner. What? Can you see my pasty legs from over there, can you? So last night after the stream, I actually jumped into Discord and stuff like that, and I was a bit like Mikey was maybe an hour ago. I did have like a glass of red in one hand and chicken and a biscuit in the other. So I just went full embarrassment and just like chicken everywhere, and yeah, it was pretty fun. But yeah, here's one for you, Duke. Lunge. There we go. Paul says he keeps a Vallejo black primer for diorama bases. The rubbery nature is a plus in that case. Yeah, I guess it would be. Griffier, Styler Res, if you need a non-smelly primer. Mal's Model Works, it's time for a cuppa and watch the Formula One qualifying. So Formula One is on, it's in Melbourne, Australia. Qualifying today, race tomorrow. Hello to all our friends in Melbourne. If they're if they're at the track, they're not watching this, are they?
That's right.
Even though it's probably more exciting. No, it's not. I do like Formula One, but not anymore.
No, I haven't watched it for years. So after the disaster of last night,
anything more boring.
Yeah. After the disaster of last night with the model, I've decided I'm going to do the Horizon Models Mercury spacecraft.
Oh no, I missed it. What happened to your old? What happened?
Show me again. Hold that up, please. Oh, crikey! Nice. 2 complete model kits included.
Yep.
Huh.
And unfortunately, with Horizon going out of business last year, they're a premium to get now. Callum, I got the fuselage all together and then put the motor in, and it just sagged and wouldn't sit properly, and the cowlings wouldn't sit, and it was flash all over it, really bad. Like, too bad because it was a really detailed kit.
That was the ICM, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a problem with those early ICM kits.
I've done two tanks and they were fine.
Sorry?
I've done 2 tanks and they were fine. So
I have a couple of their aircraft kits and they're beautiful. I haven't built them, but they look quite nice.
I've done their Spitfire, 48 Spitfire, the beer carrying one. That was problematic. It's one of their earlier kits, like the BF-109. They are difficult.
Yeah. This was, it's for the same molding from the F2 and a couple of other different earlier kits. So unfortunately. Like I want to do that plane at some stage, and then just looking on B&A overnight, they've got it in a weekend edition from Eduard, so I will probably get it from there.
Yeah.
Get the Eduard kit.
Duke is saying after the lunging I was doing, it doesn't feel like dinner anymore. Tez is saying he's using Vallejo air colours for years. They cause no end of problems. Even emailed España. Always blocking the airbrush. Move to AK Interactive. Oh, it's James. Hello, James.
Hello, James.
So, g'day, everybody. I'm just going to disturb you, John, for a minute. I think after that display of lunging, we all need a coffee. Guys,
He's muted himself again.
no, it's my wonderful computer mutes me every time. Nightmare. Anyway, you can hear me now, I'm guessing.
Yep.
We
Cool.
can.
How's it all going, guys?
Fantastic.
Very good.
Kicking goals.
Apart from the John's lunging. Still,
Yeah.
in all fairness, he could have been doing it in his budgie smugglers, so that would have been horrific.
Oh, yeah.
I can go and get the short shorts. It's Short Shorts Saturday is what I hear.
Oh dear, Craig, how are you feeling? Because I know last night you, when you left, things weren't going well, were they?
Yeah. So I just got back and I was just showing the guys. I'm going to be doing one of those, or maybe two.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
That would be interesting. I'm just looking at it now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
good.
two bags of screws,
There you go. That's what you need.
decals, and two sets of PE.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Goldfinch will be very happy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's got his name written all over it.
Yeah.
You know, I really wanted to get one of those Horizon models, the Mercury Redstone, when I was at Canberra, because I knew they were going to be there, and then they weren't. Unfortunately, I think I've missed out. I have a little bit of a tradition now when it comes to gifts for my mum, because she's difficult to buy for, but she's really into space and space subjects and stuff like that, because that's, growing up, watching the space race and all of that. So I'll buy a space kit of something, Saturn V and all that, build it and then give it to her as a gift. And I really wanted one of those Redstones. Can't anymore.
Oh.
But that's like a new tradition I have now is making my mum. She has what she calls a space nook, which is a little shelf in the cupboard, which has just got space models and space books and all of that. So
Pretty cool. Yeah. You don't forget many people's mums that are into space.
yeah, I've actually still got a video of when we unveiled the. My dad and I spent weeks trying to find the Revell 1:144 scale Saturn V. Thing's massive. Eventually, we found it, and I got footage of when we revealed it on Christmas Day. We filmed it, and it was. I'll send it on the messenger group because it's pretty funny.
Sounds pretty cool.
Cool. So let me have a quick go around. I know you guys have been absolutely fine without me. So, but while you're all busy, I'm going to run around the room and try and see where you're all at. So I will speak to Mr. Lunger himself.
All right. So, starting at the top. So I'm building Airfix's 48 scale Supermarine Spitfire Mark 1. So what I've discovered is I thought, I bought it. Well, I did. I bought a camouflage mask set for it. I thought I was buying an A scheme one. I bought a B scheme. So So it's going to be painted backwards, but nobody would know if I didn't tell you. Anyway, because it's going to be, so I painted all the dark earth, and these will go down over that, and then the rest it'll be painted all green, and then those masks come off, and it should look like that. So that's the next step. And there'll be silver underneath, so that'll all be black and masked off there, painted black, and then aluminium. So that's me. It's not wonderful, but it'll do. Yeah, it'll do.
Hey, those wings aren't on backwards. That's a bonus.
Well, that's why I'm building a Spitfire, because most people wouldn't know if they were forwards or backwards. So that's the thing.
That's the thing. Yeah, always the best thing. Callum, how are you getting on?
Well, I've basically got all my base colors down, except for still got to do the modeling for merging the top and bottom colors together. But yeah, so currently just doing a satin varnish over everything just to protect my paint because it's ultra thin enamel. And does anyone else, when you have your base colors down, before you put any protective layer, you're just like absolutely nervous and anxious as hell about scratching it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like that. So it's like, no, I've got to get varnish down now. Otherwise I will stress the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very true. There's nothing better than that first protective coat on there, and you're like, oh,
it's also why I keep my fingernails trimmed right down whenever I'm doing painting, because the number of times you might have just a bit of nail sticking up, and the number of scratches I've put on a model just from that. Learned my lesson too many times.
Yeah. These little tips you pick up as you go along.
From learning the hard way.
I tend to bandage my hands up completely because no matter what I do, I'll scratch it. So, but yeah, cool. Okay, let me run over to Ian and see where Ian is at. How you doing, buddy?
Good, mate.
Awesome.
Would you look at that? You're right. I want to get some paint on it, Ian. Well done, you.
Yeah, all painted, decaled. Gave my first experiment. First time I ever tried using Gooden's UV cut super flat. Oh,
okay.
Brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant stuff. So yeah, very happy with it so far. So yeah, just painting figures now. Just the crew. So got some just a bit of dirty stuff on the base. So get that started. So yeah, so far it's looking good. Getting there. Cool. Well done indeed. Yeah, so I will show you what I've been up to in a minute or two. No, not a great deal, so it won't take me long to show you. But you've all been managing quite well without me. I know you have, because I popped in earlier. I woke up with a bang for some reason. Don't know why. But yeah, so there you go. I'll might as well quickly run over. Sorry, I'm half asleep. I'm not on Aussie time yet. Let me change my camera. You don't want to be looking at this mutt for any longer than you have to. There we go. So yeah, my computer is also sulking quite a lot from last night. I think it's feeling a little bit overworked. Bless it. Let's close that down. Right. Okay. Cool. So I've actually finished. I know this will surprise you, but I finished
Already.
Yeah, already. So there you go. That was my kit. Thank you. I forgot to do that. Yeah, that's my kit. So I finished my kit. It took me 43 minutes. So yeah, first time I've ever managed that.
Impressive.
Yeah. So what am I going to do with it? I know you're asking.
Full of it, dude.
You are?
I said you're so freaking full of it.
No,
Have you decided what's going in the box yet?
So yes, funny enough, you'll all remember the long list of bits and pieces. You can't read that because of the way the lighting is, but yeah, I've still got the list there, and I'm not going to reveal what I'm actually going to do as such. I'm going to let people watch as I go along.
Okay.
What I will tell you is these are going to be in amongst it somewhere along the line. So these are some mini art US officers in 135th, which I'm going to start making now. A bit of this, which I didn't introduce in the choice of things, but I realised that actually this might be better for me. So this is a bit of foam board. So there'll be some carving involved, and this might give a clue as to where I'm going with it.
Church.
Well, it's not Sunday. So yeah, there we go. We're gonna bob along in a minute or two. I'm gonna. So I've done the kit, so it doesn't matter what I do now because I've finished the kit. That's all that matters. Well, it doesn't matter actually if you finish or not, but I've done the kit, so I'm going to start putting some figures together because obviously they need to get going. And we'll see how we go. There are a few options still to be made, but we'll reveal those as we go along. So there you go. That's me.
Very cool.
I will. Shall I hand back to you, John, to go back to the chat? Oh, he's not there right now.
Where is John?
No, it's okay.
Off.
I didn't throw him out of the room. Honestly, didn't.
Not this time, anyway.
No. Oh God, you know what? He might have gone off to change his shorts.
Now that's a credible threat.
Yeah. That might be quite.
Look out for the budgie smugglers.
Let's see. We were up to this one, I believe.
Right.
Yeah, I think I will. Am I right, Ian? Dave Clark was the last one.
I think so.
Screw it. We'll go with it. Dave Clark says, I find ICM can be hit and miss. So far, every time I've dealt with I've only dealt with ICM once, and it was very much a miss, and that was the Musaru Cup ICM Ural in 7-second scale, and that thing sucked.
Yeah, that was fun.
You finished building it though, didn't you?
Yeah, I didn't do a Julian.
You went up on Julian. He gave up.
Clayton is in the chat. Workbench Hobbies. It says, "Hi guys, ICM gives me nightmares." Alex Johnston, I got the ICM Dornier 17Z-2 in the stash for building later this year. Very nice, very cool aircraft.
I've built that. It's a beautiful kit.
It's also a great aircraft.
Yeah.
Simon Bainbridge, I'll be back in a bit. Time to go look for dinner. Mel's Model Works, welcome back, Mr. Skiffins. Good morning to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good old Duke Wellington. John has some Warwick Kappa shorts. Ew.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Old Mikey, bearded veteran creates. Wahey, Skiffers, what time do you call this?
Bedtime.
There was a reply from James. Mikey did reply, no, but only because Dave made me drink beer and whiskey with him.
Yeah,
Oh, and LJ might have had a hand in it as well. LJ Stark Greenwood says mea culpa. And Mikey says CC. Mikey also says, don't worry, LJ, we'll blame it on Dave and James. We'll never know.
Good plan.
James will never know. Yeah,
David
don't
replies,
go
it's never my fault, except when it is, which it usually is. And Mikey says, well, it's certainly not my fault. I am the... he's got a spelling mistake here. It could be toughest or it could be youngest, but he's gone with tonguest.
Tonguest. I'm the tonguest.
Good old Jim is back. He says hello and good very early morning. 0:35 a.m. from Chicago.
Oh, go Jim.
Oh, Jim.
Hello, Jim.
That's commitment right there. Andrew Haas says, man, just got back from Dad's taxi duty for the past hour. I asked this earlier but missed any answer. When are the Aussie auctions? That will be tomorrow. Am I right, James?
I believe
tomorrow
so, yeah.
at some point. And Mikey says, damn it, youngest. We know you met tonguest.
Tonguest.
I'm going to start calling him that now.
Tonguest.
Mikey the tonguest. Oh, Friday's just suddenly got better. Andrew says cheers. And David says youngest and creepily tonguest.
Oh.
Yeah.
Jim says, at Bearded Veteran Creates, get some rest, oh bearded one. And Mikey replies with, ooh, sounds kibkey, Callum.
Yeah.
I think Mikey needs to go to bed. He cannot spell.
Yeah, I think, Mikey, you're...
He's spelling in a Welsh accent.
Yeah, and he's starting to, for once, not put LOL at the end of every sentence, so he's probably beyond it.
No, I'm getting a winky face now. I'm getting worried.
I certainly think he's beyond it. That's quite a right phrase, I must say. Yeah, get yourself to bed, Mikey. You've been up working hard. If you're not careful, you won't be around to keep an eye on Gaahleri. So come on.
Hit that like button before you go. Lube and subscribe.
I'm just going to put a flat clear coat on my figures. Shouldn't be too long, hopefully.
Okay, mate.
Oh.
If anyone can speak Welsh, have a go at it. Who's got the phlegm? However, Mikey does say yes.
Because I can speak Dutch. We have a phlegm gland.
A phlegm gland?
Yeah. How else are you going to say grote grijze geweer?
Well, I don't want to say
All right, I'll be back soon.
I sounded the exact same last time I had COVID.
Yes, Mikey, you don't want me to come and be Mrs. Mummy Skiffins. You go and get yourself to bed.
I'm not letting him forget Tungust.
No.
Yeah. It's like he won't let me forget that I put a wing on upside down or the wrong way around. Now, there's a dog barking next door. Is that coming through the headphones? I don't know.
No.
Nope.
All right, good. So you don't hear the neighbours singing either. That's all right then.
Oh, that's your neighbours. I thought that was Best of Marley.
No. Oh, well, it's just, we're in Australia, so, it's when good neighbours become good friends.
I gotcha. See what you did there.
All right. We moved into this house. I was doing I was emptying a bin. I took a bin of rubbish out. Now my bins are at the corner of the property, and we got maybe 700 mil sort of step because we're on a slight hill and it goes to the next property. So the next guy was doing the whippersnippering or the weed whacking or I can't remember what the British call it.
Guardian?
Edging. What do you call an edging machine? Yeah.
Edging.
Grass trimmer along a fence. Edging? Oh, you're doing edging. All right. Anyway, he's doing that, and I'm about a metre from him, metre and a half, and I look up and say, "G'day," and he just stopped whippersnipping, looked at me, stared for maybe 5 seconds, and then, without blinking, just turned and walked away. So I don't know his name or whatever. Just like, yeah, weird neighbour.
Oh, okay.
Beard Veteran says, "That's not Welsh, you Kiwi heathen, lol." Oh, my, suddenly sober. He's spelling and he's putting lol back again. Go to bed, Mikey. And Jim in Chicago is saying, "No singing." Yeah, I get that. That's at me.
He's, you can tell that it's time for him to go to bed because it's taken him quite a while to respond. So he's had to double check his spelling.
He's just hit autocorrect.
Yeah.
Oh, and Dave says, "Oh, go get a glass of water." It was a Monty Python quote. Very good. 17. Yup. Jim says, "Methinks a bearded veteran is a wee punch drunk, needs sleep." And we're all waiting for bearded veteran to not reply because he'll be in the land of Nod. Set to How's the weather where you are, Jim, in Chicago? Is it still snowing or is it starting to clear up? Dave's saying, "No, I just need to stay here and make sure he doesn't leave the room." Great saying that. Mikey says, "No, it's because I had to write it twice as YouTube won't post a comment as I call Callum a Kiwi, other word for John's illegitimate love child, lol." Yeah, fair enough. And Duke says Mikey will be slumped over his keyboard. His next message will be.
I'm not sure if he slumped over his keyboard. His keyboard may be unreachable if he doesn't get himself to bed. Come on, Mikey. You remember I can see you in Discord as well. Self to bed, buddy.
Yes.
Not that you are the responsible adult. Never would I assume that you would be that. But come on, be the star that you are, and get yourself. I
didn't advertise Discord earlier because when I checked when we went live, nobody was there, and I didn't want to point people to an area where they'd be the only one there. So
yeah, that's cool.
Now that it's a couple of hours on, I don't know who's there and who's not. So let me just check that.
Oh, it's the usual culprits.
Ah.
It's basically two people stood in the corner hiding, pretending that they're not there. Because Mummy Skippings is about to explain to them the finer art of hide and seek with their keyboards. Come on, get yourself to bed.
Oh, sorry. That was me.
You're good.
And Dave says, so if he did leave, and I were with him, one day, son, all this will be yours. What? The curtains? No, beyond that. Mike's going to bed till dinner time now. Night Skiffers, Wallaby Whacker, and the Wallaby Whacker's illegitimate love child. Lol. All right.
Yeah, at least he stopped calling me Sheep Shagger.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Jim says rainstorms after a day of temps near 27 degrees Celsius. Really? Just awoke after 4 hours slumber once the North American auction finished. Ah, very good. 27 degrees in Chicago. You surprised me, man.
How did they do on the auction? Let us know. They had a minor meltdown with the Americans when they started. Had to do some fine back office stuff very quickly. But luckily, I think we're all sorted now, so going forward we should be okay.
Good.
I don't know what the temperature is outside, but it as I looked out the window and the moon was going across the garden, it was very white. So it's nice and icy and cold outside.
Craig, tell him how hot it is.
It's about 38, 39, 40 degrees Celsius here.
Honestly, it's just not worth getting on a plane.
Yeah, maybe. There we go.
Yeah.
So where I am is 32.7. Feels like 34.5.
Lucky you.
Yeah, it's a little bit cool. I'm on the coast, so
Yeah.
Not that there's a breeze today.
34 here in where I am.
Nice.
Do you know? I feel as if you want to feel cooler. Let me find out what the temperature is here. I can see you're all overheating.
Oh yes.
I'm pretty comfortable. It's a nice cool 25 degrees over here. I'm
do you
good.
know what?
That's perfect.
Do you know what? It's clearly not as cold as I thought. It's only a degree.
Oh.
Hang on, I think I might go and jump into my budgie smugglers. I'm gonna run around the garden for a bit. That'll wake the neighbours up. Mikey, don't you make me get your dad to come and see you. If Daddy comes in, that'll be it. Get yourself to bed. I can still see you. And you, Dave. You're not careful, I'll ground you. Oh, well done, Mikey. Mikey's gone. Dave is still there. Well, half the act's gone. Anyway, he's probably all that Mikey's probably done is he's probably logged off and he's now logged back in under a different name. But anyway, hopefully he's doing the sensible and right thing. No one wants to see Daddy. Anyway. Well, I don't know what plastic they've used. Mini art I've used on these figures, but oh my god,
Good or bad?
bad.
Oh,
It's that magical plastic that doesn't actually glue together with anything.
I actually that makes sense. Okay. Right, because I'm building a ball tank, Kugelpanzer. So I've built up the chassis, but yeah, I had trouble getting bits to glue, so it's all pretty much together with contactor.
Ah, yeah.
I guess now you mentioned that maybe it's because the extra thin doesn't work with it.
Do you find that sometimes?
The balls. It's all about the balls.
So, Jim, give us an auction report. Give us the lowdown on what happened with you guys in the American auction. And I think things were going quite swimmingly when I eventually went to bed.
Jim has coffee on the boil, and he's back on duty and back to the Spitfire as well. He should. Sorry, finish up what you were saying.
No, it's okay. I went to bed relatively late myself, purely because I was doing some admin work. Let's see, American guys were up and running. But I was very good. I saw the first few lots sell, and then I made myself go to bed because I knew if I sat there any longer, I would not get to bed.
Yeah. I was a naughty boy. After I finished up the stream, I went to Discord and I finished up there around about the time that you finished up the second stream. So
yeah,
I'm well rested. But no, I sat up eating biscuits and drinking wine, and yeah, had a lovely night.
Wine and chicken.
Wine and chicken. It was chicken drumsticks. Is the kind that no, it was chicken and biscuit. Yeah, but not unlike the kind that Duke saw earlier. Andrew Haas is saying yes, he just found the headlight he lost on the Carpet Monster this morning. Haas to Carpet Monster 0.
Excellent.
Jim saying a lot of money was spent in the auctions.
Good.
A lot of money. You know. Very good. Duke is saying 38 degrees here in Shepparton, Victoria, James. I just took my jumper off. Jim saying possible snowfall coming Sunday night into Monday morning. Rockin'. What the hell? I just had the top of bottle of Zap Thin CA break and pour all over my fingers and the aircraft engine I'm working on.
No.
That's no good. That's no good. Yeah, don't rub your eye.
Yes.
Dave Clark is saying the US auction went very well, raised a bit over $2,000.
Wow, really?
Wow.
Okay.
Cool.
Well, that certainly left me a little bit speechless. Didn't expect that.
Fantastic. What's next? 10.
If anyone is building along with us, give us an update. Where are you up to in the chat? I've not had a chance to look at any of the places around the internet to look at your work. So let me know. Wow, $2,000. Jeez.
Duke says Zap super glue tends to glug up the nozzle, the top of my nozzle, on the super glue bottle, you naughty boys. Oh, fair enough. Thanks for clarifying that, Duke. Yeah, same here. So I think I use a mix of two super glues, the Zappa Gap and this is a Icky Sticky Black Flexi. I'm finding this is it's probably off. Like it doesn't stick as well anymore. Like it's still fluid and everything else, but yeah, I'm using Zappa Gap more and more. Just it really depends what I'm doing, but yes, it clogs up a lot. Personally, I'd prefer to get smaller bottles because you're never going to get through that without it going off anyway. Necessary evil. Jim saying g'day Duke, and Dave is saying I'm still filing and sanding air bubbles in the bottom of this resin submarine hull. Are you doing a resin submarine hull? Huh. Like to see photos of that. Duke is saying I'm almost up to painting stage in my Tamiya Achilles M10. Very good. Enjoying the kit? Seven. Can't be right. Boom. And Duke is saying it's good to see Jim again.
Oh. It's all right. It's just my alarm to tell me to get up. Thank goodness for that.
So Jim says, thanks, Duke. North American auction bidding was too rich for my fixed income blood. Yeah, in these troubling times. Travis is saying he's waiting on the lacquer paint to cure. Weather is average, so it's taking its time.
Hair dryer, Travis. Hair dryer.
Yep.
That's what I do for speed painting.
You'd have one of them, Trev. You've got a lot of hair.
Are you saying that us follically challenged people don't have hair dryers then?
Yeah. Now, I'll just mute myself. Do you mind if I give you a private phone call, James?
Yeah, no problem at all. Oh, yeah. Why do I do that? Oh, that's faux pas, isn't that? Silly Billy. Must have had it. Oh, because there's two of them in numpty. Right, okay. Too easy. Right. Bum, 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 bum.
Mm. Ow.
Okay.
Oh. Ah, it's- Right.
So Toby's just saying they're headed in for the night here. Great looking builds. Well done, Toby. Take care. Okay.
See you tomorrow.
Yes.
I'm not quite sure if we'd read that or not, but I'm going to go with we didn't. So Travis is saying waiting for the lacquer paint to cure. Weather is average, so it's taking time. Yeah, you have read that one out already. You're right. Did you do the comment from Duke after Travis?
I did not.
Okay, I can read that out. That's fine. Duke says I've had to put a couple of bits of plasticard to block up under the ammunition holders. Easy fix. Some of the instructions are a bit vague, but nothing too bad. Oh, you found a workaround. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
So there's 26 of you watching right now. Good numbers yesterday. Really, really good numbers. We had around about 50s for the first two streams. I know the Americans, when I stopped and went to bed, there was around 60 odd.
Wow.
Really good views.
That is very good.
Yeah, very happy with that. So well done, everyone, and thank you to everyone in the chat, really, for keeping us going with words of wisdom and questions and interaction. It's really, really useful for us. Keeps everything going. Watching a bunch of people concentrating at the desk is not the most interesting television at times.
No.
we are definitely at a point where that is who it is. So right. It gives me a little bit of give me a little bit of time to get my head down and concentrate for a minute, I think, which is handy. God, what one am I doing? I can't remember. Oh, that one there.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to my friend. This is Travis from Tasmania. He's dropped in to say g'day for a bit of time.
G'day, Trav.
G'day.
Hello. Nice to be here.
How are you?
Good.
Hello.
How's the mic? Can you hear me all right on the mic there?
Yep.
Perfectly fine. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thanks for having me.
All your image is frozen a bit, but yeah, the voice is still good.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
I don't have a webcam, so I'm going through my phone and it keeps locking. Hang on. I'll just turn off the auto lock.
So your famous Duke Wellington is saying g'day, Travis.
G'day.
Yeah. So tell us a bit about yourself, Trav, and how long you've been modelling and what you do and like and all that.
I've been modelling since I was a little one. What am I now? I'm 38. I reckon I built my first model about 10. I reckon it was an F-15 Eagle. Yeah, been modelling all my life. A lot of wargaming. As far as models go, I don't really nail myself down to any particular like scale or subject. I model a lot of different things. This year I'm trying to sort of branch out and do some more like figures and dioramas just to improve my painting there. Yeah, I got a 3D printer recently too, which has increased my stash no end. Really useful. But yeah, just increases the stash, so it's a bit dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah, I've not gone that way. I'll leave it to other people, I think. But, so you're obviously from South Australia because you said, what did you say, Melanie? Branching out. So yeah.
Yeah, no, sometimes Australia comes out. I'm in Tassie now. About 7 years into our 30-year apprenticeship to become Tassie locals.
Will you ever be accepted fully?
Nah, some people won't fully accept us, I don't reckon, but nah, they're not too bad down here.
No, I think they're beautiful people.
It's a good spot down here. But yeah, I've known Bob. How long have I known you, Bob? Probably for a while. We're gone.
Oh, when did we meet? It was 2014, I believe.
Yeah, as my my sergeant when I posted.
So you dropped out there, as you were saying,
Sorry.
I was your sergeant.
Yeah, you were my sergeant when I posted into the Orions.
Yeah, and he was my corporal, my expert. Well, not an expert. Neither of us knew Orions, but we did okay. Nothing went wrong really. Oh, it was frustrating because the aircraft was starting to lose its shine a bit, I think. But we got there in the end. Had a lot of fun doing it. And yeah, Trav saw the light and just went, you know what, I'm sick of this game. And grew that magnificent beard. And now they're allowed to have them.
Yeah, so missed out on that, but I'll grow my tattoo instead.
So what are you working on? Tell us again. It's a
So I got
a monkey.
a little monkey black.
Oh, cool.
Oh yeah. So was
I've just I've made a fuzzy seat, so I've flocked the seat with some
Oh,
nail polish or like nail art flock. So it's going to be a little custom body. I've messed up and orange peeled the tank, so I've stripped that and I'll repaint the tank. It's going to be a nice little metallic blue.
Nice.
cool. Duke is saying
Yeah.
g'day, Trev, as did Andrew. Jim saying hello, Trev, and Scott, who's also in Tassie, is saying we're in Tassie.
I'm up in Georgetown at the top of Tassie. Scott?
I'm not sure where Scott is. I know he's down there somewhere. But yeah, let's ask Scott. Will you ever accept Trav as a Taswegian? It depends if Scott's from there originally.
So just a quick question. Well, you were talking about accepting Tasmanian locals. Locals accepting you, etc. Do I take it that there's a special place that they stick people that want to be in Tasmania, for that 30 years? So they're like a little area that they're only allowed to be in.
They used to, down in Port Arthur.
Yeah.
They don't use that anymore, no? Oh, okay.
No.
No, it's sort of frowned upon.
Segregated, just to make sure you don't mix with the locals too much.
That's it.
Yeah, we in England we still do that a little bit, but we generally send them to Wales. But they do.
Well, you
they
can't
do
send
get
them
out.
to Tasmania anymore, can you?
No, you can't.
Where's that go? 18.
I don't know about you. I always find it really funny. So we have a bridge, a road bridge, to go from England over to Wales. Very nice bridge, but it's the only bridge in England that I'm aware of that you pay a toll to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's free to get in. Getting out, you've got to pay.
Okay. So the opposite of Sydney Harbour Bridge. Yeah. Scott's Models is in Devonport. So
Not far
just
away
around
at
the
all.
corner from you. No. So here's the thing. Obviously, Australia, because we're such a new country, that most of our place names are a mix of either British names of places like Devonport, Launceston, which is odd because from what I understand, the original is Launceston. Would that be right? Can you confirm or deny that, James? Do you know?
What's that?
Launceston.
Launceston?
Would it be like in I think it's not. I think it's Devon. Maybe it's Cornwall. But the one in the UK is pronounced by the locals as Launceston.
Launceston rings a bell, but I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure.
Right. Okay.
But sounds right.
Yeah, and then a mix of other places. So some of them are Aboriginal names and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, a lot of places around here named after, British, service members. Like the Hunter River, where I am, is one of the original sort of Rum Corps officers. All that sort of stuff. It's interesting. It's all history.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Just down to the last couple of I was going to say stencils, but masks now before I go back to the bench. Oh, booth. Come on, get on there. So you're loving Tasmania then, after that, the decision to move there? Oh, he's gone. Oh, maybe the internet connection isn't that great. Huh. Well, when he comes back, yeah, Scott's saying he'll become a Tasmanian Devils fan, Travis. Now, for those around the world, the Tassie Devils will be an AFL team, Australian rules football. It's the only, well, I wouldn't say the only, but it's probably I think it's one of the most dynamic ball sports in the world. I mean,
It is.
it's quick, and it's fun to watch because it's quick, fast moving, and fairly high scoring compared to some other forms of footballs. But yeah, we just generally call it footy here. Although, okay, so Craig, being from New South Wales, are you more of a league man, rugby league, or do you do a bit of both?
Yeah, rugby league and a bit of union, but more so with the All Blacks.
Yeah, but you're not one of the Oh, sorry, I'll mute myself. I just need to cough. So, but you wouldn't hate AFL. You're not one of the it's aerial ping pong sort of guys. You've sort of dealt with it.
Growing up, it was aerial ping pong to me. I take notice of the Swans.
Yeah.
And my great grandfather played lower grade for Hawthorn.
Oh, did he?
Good team.
So there is an interest, but it's nowhere near as much as what rugby league is to me.
Yeah, right. So my grandfather played for Fitzroy for a while.
Okay.
Which they're not around anymore. Fitzroy, that's another sort of British name.
Yep.
It cost him more money to buy the ticket for the train from Kilmore down to Melbourne to play than he was paid or whatever. So his father said, "Nah, stop doing that. You're helping on the farm more." Andrew Haas is saying he spent 3 wonderful weeks in Tassie last year, eating and drinking our way up and down the east coast. Yeah, it is a beautiful place, and the food is magnificent. And it's hard to get up and down the west coast, certainly the south half, but it's exceptional landscape, I reckon. David Code is saying hi from Quebec in Canada. Very welcome,
G'day,
Dave.
mate.
Hi, Dave.
Trav, this guy, is saying he signed up as a member as soon as it was announced. Scott's Models. Oh, it's a member of the Tassie Devils.
Yeah, the Tassie Devils. They had a founding members drive when it was first announced. And it broke all sorts of records with Tassie signing up. So there's certainly a thirst to get a Tassie AFL team down here.
Yeah, great. Yeah. So Tasmania, doesn't have a team at the moment, but they have there's a Melbourne team, Hawthorn. The Hawks have been pretty much a half Tassie team for the last more than 10 years or so.
Yeah, Hawthorn do the Launceston North area, and then North Melbourne, I think, down the Hobart way. They have their home away from home there.
Yeah. So yeah, they're in. Yeah, well, it's everybody around the world is into their footy. So yeah, good on them. But no, I think it's a good game to watch. I'm more of a Cats man myself, but I wouldn't say I watch it religiously. I only saw one game last year. It happened to be the grand final.
If you only see one game, I guess that's the one to watch.
Yeah.
The one that matters.
And Jim in Chicago, he has the New Jersey Devils NHL hockey team. Ooh. In order to have ice hockey, one must first have ice. So, yeah. Now, we do have ice rinks here, but you can understand we're not big into ice hockey, just, reasons. Where does number 19 go?
We got a fairly popular gridiron scene down here, as far as the American sort of sports go.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's pretty popular here.
I don't have a 19, so I'll leave that one out. Whatever it was. That'll do. So I'm going to jump across the booth, give this a blat of green now. And we'll see how that goes. So, yeah, I'm stepping away from the keyboard for a moment.
No worries.
Right.
While he's in the booth, just remind you, get some breaks in, get a cup of coffee, get up, jiggle about, do your stretches. I think actually, I'll ask John, but I don't know what you guys think. But maybe next year we can ask John to do a little stretching video. As long as he doesn't dress up as Kylie, would be fine.
I was going to say we're getting the leotard.
On that note, let's take a break.
We complete this little episode, well, we'll have a little vignette looking just like this one pictured at the moment. As mentioned, the foam is very easy to scribe into and cut, just a few swipes with the blade, and we can start to cut out our pieces. And we'll also carve in a few doorways and windows along the way here. And now we can start to add our surface details. Well, no matter what type of a pattern you choose, whether that be the stone pattern we're doing here, or perhaps bricks, or any other type of surface pattern, it's always a good idea to give yourself just a little bit of a template to follow, just so everything stays nice and straight, and your pattern doesn't wander around. And now we can get started with our carving, and I've chosen to use a few different tools here, so I'll have some carving tools, basically dental tools. I can also use the tip of my X-Acto blade, that works great. Any sort of element that you can use to do some engraving, whatever you prefer, will work just fine. Now with that facade complete, I can attach it to a foam base. That will be our groundwork. That will be the basis for our groundwork. And we're ready to do some landscaping. When it comes time to do the groundwork, well, there's a number of different ways we could do this. You could simply just go outside to your garden, grab a handful of dirt, and glue it onto your base, and that's perfectly okay. In this instance, I'm going to be using this acrylic paste, basically brushing it over this surface, and I'll use the colors directly as they come from the can here, and just blend them together a bit just to get a very natural looking earth tone. Next step, just a light airbrush over the facade of the stonework just to start bringing the colors together. The airbrushing is followed with just a quick wash of inks. This happens to be a burnt umber color. Just a quick wash really brings out those details and shows those textures on the surface. And then continuing to work with those textures, I'll just spend a little bit of time just pointing out individual stones here and there, just adding a few colored pops just to really bring this facade to life. Next up, we'll add our greenery, and these are just very small tufts. These are the grass tufts, also available from a number of different companies. You could use static grass, your option, your choice, however you want to decorate your scenes and vignettes. Now finally, just a few finishing touches and we'll be complete. We have some wildflowers just to add a little touch of color here in the foreground. And then we'll have a few vines growing up the side of the building here just to really emphasize that aged aspect. And there we have it. We're finished with our small vignette. This really didn't take very long, and you can see very little effort involved. I hope you enjoyed this little tutorial, this little demonstration on a few techniques, and perhaps you can find something within this that you can use on your own modeling. To everybody out there, take care and happy modeling.
great tutorial. Very quick, very easy. But it shows just how easy all that stuff can come together.
Very true, mate.
Right. Let's have a quick.
Yeah, no more stretches from John. I had a bit much. Okay, fair enough. I went to that. Scott saying, was it chicken like you? Travis. And Dave is saying, nice. So at least somebody appreciates the chicken leg.
There's nothing wrong with those chicken legs, John. Steph's up. Morning, Steph.
Hey, Steph.
Hello, Steph.
How's the shed this morning? I don't suppose you've been out there yet, but I don't know about you, but it is cold outside here right now. The sun's up, so that's a good thing. Dave Cole is saying, not so sure I can get the yellow board over here. Okie dokie. I've done that one. Not done that one. That one I've done, yeah? No, that's what I've done here. Right. That one I've done then. Yes, I have. There we go.
Nice to know everyone talks to themselves while they're working. It's not just me.
Oh, yeah, no. I'll be honest, it's the only one I get any sense out of. And that's what I'm going to stick to.
Steph saying it's freezing. Heaters on and getting warm.
Your microphone's like you're really far away.
Yeah. All right. I'll leave it to you guys to comment.
No, that's okay. No problem. Just I'm not quite sure why that suddenly changed.
Earpods.
Okay, yeah. No worries. Yeah, I can do that. It's no problem. Yeah. So Steph is just saying it is freezing. Not quite sure what German planes have got to do with it, but yeah. Anyway, heater's on, so it'll get warm eventually. Yeah, no, you're right. And Dave Cummings is saying, my alcohol blood content protects me like a shield of steel. I should imagine it does, Dave.
I'll mute myself.
Where's the tracks? There's the tracks.
Right, that one. So that's the one I want to do. That one there. Hopefully Steph has got the kettle on, getting a nice cup of coffee ready. A thermos. I think you're going to need it today. It's going to be cold out there.
Oh, I bet. Don't envy you guys.
Well, I'm not sure, but I would think, Steph, the heat is maybe on a thermostat, I'm guessing. Because if it's not, it's going to take a little while to warm up. I'm lucky in as much as, although my room is an outbuilding room, it is sort of linked to the house, so it's not too bad, but it does get ever so cold very quickly. It's just a brick thick wall.
Yeah.
No insulation in there. There's nothing. And with a concrete roof as well, that really doesn't help.
Ooh, no.
I'm just doing a bit of clean up on my figures here. I will look at the chat in a minute or two. So, Travis, why Tasmania? What made you go down to there or up to there?
So we actually had a holiday here,
Uh-huh.
and it just felt like we needed to be here.
Okay.
Yeah, just really resonated with both my wife and myself that we had to get down here. That was maybe three years before I discharged.
Okay.
And then we came down here again. I had like an Airbnb and lived as locals for a couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And that sold us on it. It's just a beautiful part of the world. Yeah, so when my discharge come around, we bought a house, moved down here, bought the house sight unseen, didn't have a job or anything, just sort of had a fresh start down here.
Mm-hmm.
It all worked out. We're very happy down here. We've just actually just moved house. We were in Launceston itself.
Mm-hmm.
We moved half an hour, 40 minutes away. Got a nice little patch with 5 acres.
Nice.
And slowly making it our own. We've been here 3 months in the new place.
Oh, that's good to hear, Ben. It's nothing better than going somewhere and feeling like you need to be there and achieving that goal.
Yeah, it was definitely something that we both felt. And being moving around so much with the Air Force and things, like when it was time to put down roots.
So, question from David. He said, Travis, have you seen those massive freshwater lobsters, crayfish in Tasmania?
I haven't seen. I've seen their burrows. I haven't seen one in the flesh yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's lots of like beautiful creeks and waterfall walks around, and I've seen burrows where they are, but I haven't seen them. Seen them in the flesh.
Mm-hmm. Raised Design says, "What's up, everyone? How you, mate? How you doing?" Andrew says, "So we have ex-Air Force, any ex-Army. He is ex-infantry 6RI, or current, or Navy." So, anyone in the chat who can answer that? Ray's there says first coat of paint colour number 1 is now on the wings and the fuselage. Aussie scooter. Surely good. Rockin' is there, and who are you following in the soccer, guys? I'm going to open that up to you guys.
No one.
What's soccer? Exactly that.
So yeah, that's a resounding non-successful debate there. If you're talking about English soccer, I don't follow soccer at all, or any other country's soccer for that matter. Gave up supporting that sort of stuff a long time ago.
Was that?
The reason at the time was I used to be a publican, and I just watched so many people over the years fight and argue and fall out over kicking a bladder around, that I lost complete interest in it, to be honest.
Yep. Fair enough.
I was very lucky in that where I was at the time, the last place I had, I was in Bristol, and I watched. That doesn't make sense, does it? Okay. I watched people that they're not regulars to me personally, but they were around, sort of thing. And I watched these people just absolutely destroy someone's business because they happen to support a different football team. And that was the final straw for me. It was just like, no, I don't want to be associated with people like that. Not everyone's like that, don't be wrong, I know that. But yeah, it was too much. I just couldn't, I wasn't willing to be a part of that.
Too many Muppets in the...
Yeah, there's always a Muppet, no matter what sport. You know, it's not a.
Yeah. Oh, we got them too here at AFL.
Yeah, you know, you'll always find somebody. But yeah, it just put me off the game, and you know, there are other things, but that was the main crux for me. I was just like, no. And it was good for my business because once they destroyed each other's pubs, they had nowhere to go. So they ended up in my place for a little while, but they weren't allowed to talk about football. They weren't allowed to come in the colours. Yeah. I was known as the weird manager of a pub or publican. Because every publican, every good publican likes football.
Until their business gets destroyed.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, funny.
Oh no, where'd that go?
But of course, we would call it over here football.
Football is a beautiful game. Soccer is just a weird. I don't really know what it's all about. Okay, where do we get to? Black Hat Scale Model says, what part of Tassie are you in, Trav?
I am in Georgetown. About half an hour out of Launceston. Right up the top.
Scott's Model says, yes, I have they are big, apparently. Dave Cummins says he is ex-UK Royal Engineer. Black Hat Scale says, yeah, Andrew, ex-Army, 416 PWLH. Jim's asking me a question. Where in the UK was I born? Ah, well, now, depends who you ask.
Born or hatched?
It depends who you ask, is the honest answer to that question. If you ask my daughter, she'll tell you that I was born in a barn. On my granddad's farm. I'll tell you about that in a minute. But I was actually born in Enfield, North London, in a hospital. Yeah, so my daughter, bless her heart, love her to death. She's now in her 30s. But it is only literally about 6 years or so ago that she phoned me up out of the blue one day, ranting and raving. She was absolutely ranting and raving. And the reason was she'd been speaking to one of my relatives. I think it was either my sister or brother or something like that. I can't remember. Anyway, she was very upset with me because although my children knew my birthday wasn't the 25th of December, when we did our Christmas decorations, which was always on New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve, sorry. Oh, it's on the day before, on 24th. As we put up the stable scene, I put little Jesus in there and go, do you know what? That's the one thing that links me to Christmas. And my children would say, what's that, Dad? And I'd say, because I was born in a barn. And she believed this up until the age of about 35, 36. The reason being she was so angry was because she had told all her work colleagues that I'd been born in a barn. And she couldn't believe that she'd fallen for such a lie.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Good story.
So yeah, that's the link with me and Christmas. It was something I can tell you how it came about. It was basically one Christmas when we were mucking around, and she was very, very young, 3 or 4 maybe. That's when it started. I made a comment, and she remembered that comment. And when we had other children, there were points in their lives that she would go out of their way to remind them that, you know, though Dad wasn't Jesus, he was born in a barn. So yeah. Love her. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. So I'm a North London boy, born and bred. I've grown up out of it now. David says to Scott, they look so unbelievable. I love to see them in the flesh. Keep all the nasty spiders though. I don't know. I don't need to see those. Some thumbs up going on between people. Dave Clark is an old US Army tanker here.
Oh,
And Dave is just trying to confirm that I was hatched. No, I wasn't hatched.
He's not the Messiah. He's just a very naughty boy.
That's very true. Although my father always blamed the milkman. I don't know why.
I think I might have to turn a light on in a minute.
Yeah, I'm going to start thinking about cooking dinner.
What are we all having for dinner tonight?
Pizza.
I've got nachos planned.
Nice.
Oh, there we go. It's chicken schnitzel, mash, carrots, broccoli, and corn cob.
Well, you can keep your broccoli. Oh, I was going to go quickly throw a pizza in the oven.
Mhm.
I'll let my wash dry.
What time is it over there?
It's 7 minutes to 6 in the afternoon,
Oh, okay, it's not too late.
evening. Now the sun's starting to go down here. It's moved across, so you could actually see out my my garage door now instead of that bright sunlight coming in. It's probably cooling down. Let's have a look.
I haven't seen the sun all day. It's been overcast here.
There we go, 33 still. Do.
Ooh, what's that? Oh no.
Oh,
That's all right. Just realised I've broken a drill bit. I didn't even know.
Nothing worse.
Well, I managed to drill 2 holes. That's handy. God damn it! I hate that when that happens.
Scott's right. The spiders are okay. They're just like big puppies, yeah?
yeah.
Little fuzzy puppies.
Oh, they're fine. And they leave less of a mess than puppies. Less fur.
Okay. So the Duke is saying, sorry guys, my grandkids are here for dinner, so I'll catch you all later. Have a nice time with them. Jim says Saturday night is pizza night for him. Pizza, the Three Stooges, and my 2 best mates watching along with me is a weekly Saturday event. Cool. Duke says, I finished the build. After dinner, I will begin the painting and the weathering. Excellent. Well, let's see. Well done, you. So, Miss Marley, that's the time and weather on your side of the garage. What about the other side?
I'll just go check. Just give me a sec.
So 31 of you watching. Thank you for all your comments and bits and pieces as you've gone through this session.
Yeah, it's a couple of degrees cooler over there.
Well, I know that.
There's a bit of a running joke that it's just this is a standard double garage, but I have no reason to doubt that some of my mates in the UK are keen to point out that the area of this room, because it's a double garage plus a bedroom before we go into the house, is this area is larger than the footprint of their homes. So I have no reason to doubt that. And David's laughing. In the UK, counties have less size, he says.
We could certainly solve our housing problem by sending people over.
Again? That wasn't so popular.
You guys
last
tried
time.
that once.
Yeah. So, yeah. And when there was publicly outrage, you said, okay, we won't send him anymore and send him to a different state instead.
Absolutely.
Well, that's another way you could tell someone's from South Australia, apart from saying, plant instead of plant, is they will tell you that they're the only state that never had convicts. Yes, we know. It's like vegan, really.
Finally, looks like an aircraft.
Look at that.
Oh, let's have a look at you.
Nice.
Solo layout. Oh, cool.
Yeah. Managed to get my modeling effect done fairly well. So, I hate big tail decals. Of course, it broke, and of course they're Tamiya ones, so they suck. But but otherwise, turned out not better than I thought it would. I'm very, very happy with how this worked. Using splatter stencils.
Oh, nice.
My new favorite thing now.
Nice.
So, Dean Trower is saying, good morning from UK guys. And then he's coming back and saying, my keyboard. Now, it's either having keyboard problems or it's actually that cold over there. I don't know. But, hello, Dean. Dave is saying, our jealousy is ugly, well-founded, and honest. Yeah. Jim says, well, the French had Devil's Island to deal with their population issues. Yeah. Papillon, all that sort of stuff, I imagine. Like we had places in Tasmania, like Maria Island and stuff like that. But yeah, it was too small. And they kept sort of running away and eating each other. And Jim says, Très bien, Callum. I guess he's still on the French island theme. Oh, the Devil's Island, French Island, same thing. Same people.
Just going to be stepping away for a bit of a break.
Yep.
No worries, mate.
That was a good segue.
All right. So that's the stencils all done. So it's just a bit fiery at the moment. I need to now do the base. So it'll be black and then aluminium. So I'll need to mask that off. But that's the next step. And on the prop at the same time, it's black with yellow tips. So yay.
Very nice. I've got a bit carried away, and I've added wiring for the brakes and throttles for my little monkey.
Oh, okay. Let me zoom in on that. Oh, okay. And does that all come with the kit, all the wiring?
The piping for the brakes did, but yeah, I've drilled it out with a micro drill bit for the throttle cables.
Huh.
And then it's got an oil cooler that didn't have piping, so I've added that. And once I get the tank painted, I've added, I don't know if you can see it, a little fitting that I'll add the fuel line down to the carburetor as well.
Hmm.
I don't know if it'll come up on the camera there, but there's a little dude there. Oops.
Good. Oh, and Dina's saying it's definitely keyboard problems. Dave is asking, he said, Callum, I missed what it is. It looks like a Warhawk or Kitty Hawk type. How wrong am I?
Very wrong. It is
Yep.
Ian, how do you pronounce it?
Devontin.
A Devontin 520 French fighter. Sort of their the French equivalent to the Spitfire. They had their Marine Sauna MS-406 was basically their Hurricane. This is their equivalent to the Spitfire, and was quite a good aircraft by all accounts. But so I've made mine as, of course, it started off as a French aircraft. Then for this one in particular, I've gone with it's been captured by the Germans after the French, ran away. Used by them as training and stuff like that, and then in 44 it was recaptured by the French again, and they, instead of just painting over the whole thing, they just removed the German markings and put French markings on it, so it's left with a German camouflage, just for something a bit extra.
Why not? It's looking great.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry about it. All right, let's get rid of that.
So don't forget we have got auctions. You guys have got your auction, as well as the UK. The USA have got auctions on all 3 days. Did really well last night. I have another one tonight and then one on Sunday. Steph, my brain has gone absolutely numb. Can you remind me when the UK auction is for me, please? If you're watching. I know, but I think I don't want to drop the ball, so to speak.
Callum, Jim is asking if that is the Tamiya kit.
Yep, it is the Tamiya kit. It is I think it's a special edition. Yeah, so this one is the limited series one where it has 3 extra markings in it.
Huh.
Yeah.
Nice. I've not seen that 3 extra markings one. Maybe I don't know. I don't remember it being here. That's cool.
I actually bought this in Canberra.
Oh, there you go. So
Yeah.
it is in Australia.
Yeah. I was going to do this scheme, but then I've already got a French fighter with the exact same scheme, so I wasn't going to do it twice.
Sure. Dave Cummings says, thanks. Nice personalization on that model's history. Never has being so wrong felt so entertaining. Being dumb never felt so good. So up to 3 hours and 36 minutes of this live stream. Am I correct in thinking we have 25 minutes left?
I think so.
Would say so.
I believe James is on the phone. It's probably his phone that was ringing a moment ago. Let me have a look at my... I was about to say schedule. Most people say schedule, but I've always said schedule, and I don't think it's an accent thing. I think I'd just say schedule instead of schedule. And I asked my wife, like, what's the difference? Some people say one way, some say the other way. And then she just replied, I guess it depends what school you go to. So,
Oh, boom, boom.
let's see. Yeah, so yeah, the next stream after this one is block number 6. Starts at 7 p.m. Sydney time. It's 9 p.m. obviously Auckland. You'd be used to conversion, Callum.
Yeah.
That's about 6 a.m. UK time, but yeah, it's the Europe UK version. Version stream that starts. Yeah, if we go off air in say 20 minutes, that stream starts at on the next hour.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Works out just in time for dinner.
Yeah. Alrighty. Where did I put that masking tape? Oh, there. Doo-doo-doo. So is this the first year you've taken part in this, Trev? I know
Yeah,
you've
yeah,
paid attention for the last couple of years.
yeah. Watched as a spectator. This is the first year I've sort of set aside time to actually do it. Worked out all right that I didn't have much on to do this weekend, so jumped into it. I'm hoping because it's such a small little motorbike, I'll be able to get it finished in time too.
Yeah, I should get this one done. I should do. Got another day left.
So just as an interest, carrying on from that question, Travis, what stopped you from getting involved before?
More so just I've got the paintbrush in my mouth. Just life getting in the way and not being able to have a whole weekend set aside. I got myself organised this year, and I've freed up a weekend in advance.
Mm. There is a reason I asked it, because it's interesting that you've watched for a while and then taken the plunge. Because obviously one of the things, as always, what we want to do is we want to increase the amount of people that get involved. And it's always interesting to know why people get involved. What's the reason behind it? What's the thing that's stopping them from getting involved?
Yeah, well, because John's been so involved. We always sort of had him on Facebook talking about it and sharing the links and things. So yeah, caught the streams a couple of times. And then this year, and I've shared it with some model groups locally as well. So
Wonderful.
That's amazing.
Some
Thank
model-
you.
people from Tassie jumping in too.
So what's been the people you shared it with? What's been their reaction to it? What's their thinking?
I think a lot of people are really interested about it. Like, it's a good opportunity to build something with a group of like-minded individuals.
Mm.
Get motivated to try something. I haven't built a motorbike kit in a while, so
Mhm.
sort of got me motivated to try something out of the ordinary,
That's good to know.
and for a good cause as well. So
Yeah, so it is a win-win in many ways.
that's it. You can justify spending time in the hobby room. It's for a good cause, honest.
These guys look familiar, Trev?
Look at that. There they are. There's a blast from the past.
Yeah, I asked Trev to paint up a D&D character for me, and he gave it my hair. It's very nice.
Excellent.
So yeah, Trev's very good at these Warhammer and all that sort of stuff. Always sharing that with our other mates on a different chat we have, or just a Facebook, just private chat.
Mm-hmm. So a little message there from Dave. Sorry if I've missed or skipped any comments. Not intentional at all, but one I just saw there from Dave says, as a beneficiary of the charity, all you guys are supporting. I want to thank you, you guys, everyone in the stream, everyone watching. I tease Mr. Marley not because I'm an arse, but because I consider him a friend. Dramatic pause. I like that, Dave. Me being an arse is a separate issue. Thank you, one and all, sincerely. It makes a huge difference. It quite literally saves lives. So thank you very much. So yeah, quite right.
Cheers, Dave.
As Dave quite rightly points out, you'll hear this all over the weekend. I've said it a few times. Other people will say bits and pieces. But the impact that this event has had, and this isn't me looking for self-congratulations or anything like that. This is what it is. We have achieved so much for the charity by the donations in which people have made. The awareness of the charity in itself is enormous. It can be an enormous impact. So, and what do I mean by that? Well, I mean, people reaching out, people knowing that the charity's there, that didn't know it was there before. That in itself is amazing. The fact that model clubs, hobby shops, industry, the hobbyer, are all becoming much more aware of that charity, Models for Heroes charity. The fact there are other charities, other avenues around the world as well, that's all highlighted as well. So we try not to be selfish. We try to do as much as we can for everybody. Makes a massive difference, and not just to the beneficiary themselves. It can ultimately, as Dave has put there, save lives, and it has. I've seen it firsthand. Where people that I've spoken to have expressed the fact that it's made that much of a difference to them. But also, what sometimes is forgotten in all of these sort of things is not just the beneficiary. It's, the beneficiary is somebody, a veteran, or someone still serving in a military or civilian position. They've already made that decision to stand the barricade. Is a quote out of a famous film, and we, us civilians, us people, take it for granted. It's just done, and we need to give back a little bit from time to time, as with everything in life. So by doing this, by making a bit of plastic, earning a little bit of money for the charity, we can elevate their ability to function. We can elevate the amount of stuff that can be sent out. We can elevate the promotion of the charity. And mental health is one of those subjects that is becoming a lot better at people discussing and talking about, but it's still one of those things that people shy away from, can't admit to, stigma, all those sort of phrases around them. So don't underestimate by any means the impact that you're making right now, the fact that you're having a chat with us, earning a bit of money for the charity, highlighting everything. It makes such a massive impact. And for example, what we raised last year, I'm incredibly proud to be associated with, is that we managed to pull's the wrong word. We managed to elevate the working environment for the charity into a much better facility. Works a lot better. In a long run, we'll save a little bit of money because of the way they store stuff. So that's great as well. But I didn't know this, even though I'm friends with Malcolm. I've known Malcolm right from the beginning of it all and all that sort of stuff. So I didn't realise that they were in a position, effectively, that they didn't anticipate to be in at this point. By that I mean they didn't anticipate being in a bigger place to be able to do their charity work. It wasn't even planned. It was something they were aiming for, something they were hoping for, but we managed to bring that forward. However long that would have been, I'm not going to lie and pretend I know. I really don't. But to elevate that to that point, so that's a big step forward for the charity, is phenomenal. So congratulations to everybody that gets involved. Congratulations to everybody that donates $1, £1, more, buys something in the auction. You're all superstars, and thank you so much for your efforts and your support. We couldn't do it without you, and it wouldn't be the same without you either. So thank you for that. It makes it all worthwhile. On that note, let's listen to one of our donors.
Hi guys, Max from Metros. Just like to let you know what Metros Hobbies is up to this weekend in support of the 48-hour model build in support of the Models for Heroes program that's happening this weekend. Starts on Friday, goes for 48 hours obviously. So for those that are building in it, great, have fun, enjoy yourselves. For those that are not in it but want to support it, there's all our web links and everything else on our various socials that you can link in and have a look. But guys, this is very, very important. It supports all our first responders and our military and all those sort of guys that may be struggling or things, and model building is a program that helps them. So if you're into it, jump in, have a good look at it. If you're doing it, good luck, have fun again, as I said. Now, Metros has donated a number of prizes this year. We've got 3 kits and a consumables pack. So it's going to be worth having a look and doing it. So guys, enjoy yourselves. Everybody else, jump in, support them, keep them going, work hard, have a great day, and I will talk to you again soon.
Be right back.
That reminds me, I didn't do the briefing at the beginning of the show. There will be no fire alarms during this. Not expecting any fire alarms. So if you do hear the fire alarm, the exits are over there to the left. Sorry.
So
Can't-
Dave says sometimes it's as simple as someone like me logging onto the channel at an unsociable hour, desperate for a friend, and one of you guys from another time zone coming on and talking to us. That's true. So Dave and I do meet up on we have on the Friends of Models for Heroes Discord group. He has a thing that if I'm about to finish something, I'm just sort of not listening to music or whatever. If I just turn that on, if somebody spots that somebody's there, someone will always drop in and say good day, making sure you're okay and stuff. And it's a really good bunch of guys. Darren Hall says, "Good morning from England." Welcome, Darren.
Hey,
And
Darren.
so my view on all this is I find this it's my favourite charity. Apart from being an avid modeler, I think I've seen various people in various sort of aircraft types and all that sort of stuff service. The conditions of service and places and positions we've thrown people under does have an accrued effect, and different people have different tolerances and everything else. So I've got to admit, I've met a lot of guys in the Australian Air Force that are, for various reasons, really unable to cope with certain situations and stuff anymore, and it's difficult because, as I say, like they like me just get pretty much good, you're a waste of time, get out, sort of thing like that. And it's awful that you're trained to never let anyone down, and then you feel like you can't actually stand up, and the way you can be discarded is awful. Now, there are some people in the charity who lost limbs in Afghanistan, other people that have served in other regions of the world, Falklands, Northern Ireland, all that sort of stuff. And what they saw in those places has haunted them and stuff. So none of the people I've met, none of them, you've got to understand, talk this up and, I suffer from this or whatever. They don't say it if it's not real. And it is definitely very real for these guys. And they really do need a hand up. And I want to be there and help them because my last day of service, my mate took his life, and don't want that to happen again.
And this is it, I literally recently through work had been talking about this event and the charity, etc. And I was asked, why is it you're involved? Are you ex-military? What's that all about? And I explained I'm not ex-military. I've got nothing to do with military. I suffer myself with mental health issues. I suffer from anxiety and depression, have done for many years. Took me a long, long time to realise that I was actually suffering from mental health issues. And I have been a model maker for many, many years, not realising that I had found the hobby and its therapeutic traits, if you like, from an early age. So I'd been dealing with it, but I hadn't actually acknowledged that was what I was dealing with. So although I can't relate to action and mental fatigue from being in the services or seeing stuff that you really wouldn't want to talk about, let alone see, I can relate to the anxiety and the difficulty of dealing with mental health. So the biggest step, as always with these things, with anything, in fact, is the acknowledgement that there's an issue and the acknowledgement that you need help. Not everybody can sit in a room and talk it through. Certainly from my experience of seeing service people, tough bunch of people, and admitting a deemed as a weakness, which it really isn't, but deemed as a weakness is very, very difficult to do. Very difficult, and it takes an awful lot of courage and sacrifice to a degree, I think would be a fair phrase to use. because you've got to get to that point where you jump over the hurdle or step over the hurdle. And then it's a case of, I wouldn't say it's recovery, because recovery means that there's an outcome where you don't suffer from it ever again. And from my own experience, I can only base it on that. I don't believe that to be so. I think it's a case of knowing how to manage it, knowing how to live with it, and knowing how to accept it. To bring that in a more realistic way, in which maybe some people are finding it difficult to understand, I'll give you a slightly different way of looking at it. So obviously I've had mental health for quite some time, but I recently had a heart attack, unbeknown to me. In fact, I had 3 of them. I then discovered that I was unwell and that I needed to have heart surgery. A triple bypass later, a long time in hospital waiting for the operation. I'm still recovering from it. It's almost coming up to a year now, where I was taken into hospital, or actually admitted myself to hospital, and I'm still struggling. And the mental impact that has had with me, major surgery, and the fact that I'm not who I believe I am and haven't been for some time, is incredibly difficult to live with and understand and cope with. So if that can go in any way to make you who want to understand what the guys go through, if that helps in some way to show that that's something I'm dealing with personally right now. Seems like a lot of faff, but the impact is true and it's unbelievable. So obviously the reason I've said it like that is because that's a recent thing that's happened to me. I've dealt with stuff many times in many different guises, and I have never been impacted like I've been impacted over this last year, and even with the fact that I'm not service, I'm not ex-service, I'm not ex-civilian service, I'm just a volunteer. I guarantee you that the beneficiaries and the volunteers of this charity have been there for me for the last year in so many ways, reaching out, comments, checking up on me. Unbelievable. The community spirit is just phenomenal. So if you are a veteran or serving and you are struggling in the UK, reach out to us. Let us introduce you to the family and see what we can do to help. We will signpost you. We're not doctors. We're not medically trained. We're not somebody that's going to have the miracle answer, but we can be there to help you and support you and give you something meaningful and for your well-being, to give you space to be able to process and get through the day. But yeah, I owe even as this a very minor nothing really to do with the charity or what it's there for, but I owe the charity so much this year, and certainly the beneficiaries. And I haven't got enough fingers and toes to count on the messages and moments that people that I've sat and made models with. I've not done anything more than that as a volunteer. I've just sat and made models and had a chat and bits and pieces. How humbling that is for someone to reach out to you and go, "You're all right, I haven't seen you for a little while. You're not well, blah, 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 blah." Brilliant. Just amazing. So, yes, this charity does an awful lot. We are 4 hours into this session, which means we're about to wrap up this session. 36 of you watching. Sorry, it got a little bit deep, but we will do that all the way through the weekend. And people will have their stories and the wish to share, and that's a good thing. We like sharing. So let's have a quick look. Everyone's just saying hello to Darren. David's just saying my acute Hampson-ness is crippling. Yes, it is.
Yes, very much.
Not just for you to handle, but for us to look at. It's crippling. Love you too, David. Jim is just saying, I'm a career civilian. I have my own set of mental issues that I deal with on a daily basis. The internet modeling community, more so than just model building itself, has helped me. Thanks to everybody. Absolutely. It's an eye-opener beyond all belief. Rob is there, and he's saying, good morning, Spirit Addicts, from sunny Carlisle.
Oh, there's no such thing as sunny Carlisle.
Yeah. There might be an element of sarcasm, maybe, although there is a sun there. I don't know, maybe it's a black sun. Oh, I don't know. Trauma just even thinking about it. Anyway, so before we say goodbye, let's have a quick run around and make sure we're up to date with everybody. Let's start with our newest victim. Person that's here. Travis, where are you up to, my friend?
Alrighty. I have got a little monkey bike chassis.
Ooh.
Wow, look at that.
Right. With a pretty fuzzy seat.
Yeah.
That seat's awesome.
Yeah, I've been, as I showed before, adding some wires and pipes to the handlebars.
Mm-hmm.
And same with there's a little oil cooler here.
Cool.
Nice.
So,
Oh, I like those anodized sort of.
just a
elbow.
little bit of blue ink over the silver. It just really makes it pop.
Yeah.
Which should look good because I've got, like I said before, a metallic blue for the petrol tank and the mudguards and the wheels. So it should all come together nicely.
Looking wonderful. Dave Clark says it's 12:30 in the morning and US West Coast, so he's heading off to bed. Thanks for the nice stream. You're more than welcome. We'll hope to see you on the flip side. Take care. And Rocket says, great job, fellas. Indeed. Sorry, Travis. That's looking amazing, mate. I especially love the seat, if I'm honest. It reminds me of a liquid chalk salt, if you know what that is.
Oh, now on a licorice all sort.
Oh, we're not going to get food. Not after yesterday morning. Craig, how are you getting on?
Yeah, it's going well. Got the capsule almost ready to go for paint.
Lovely.
And the stand. It'll sit like that.
Nice.
Oh, I'll turn it that way so you can see it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So she'll be in paint very soon.
Excellent. Ian, where are you up to?
I am just putting the tracks on. I'll get a bit of a light to it. There we go.
Nice.
So I got the figures painted, put in place, put the tracks on at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the tank part's almost finished.
Excellent. Love that. Callum, are you there? Oh, yes, he is. Not ready at all.
Well.
Not quite finished yet. Still got propeller, landing gears to do. I think that's about it, actually. And then just a bit of weathering and stuff like that. Going to try something with pin washers and stuff like that, using oil paint and blending.
Nice.
Instead of like traditional thinned out pin washers, it's going to be more running oil paint down the lines and then blending it in to create a bit more of a fake shadow.
Nice idea.
If I've got time, yeah.
Yeah, you've got loads of time. Doing well, mate. Well done. The lovely John, where are we up to?
Okay, so the top of the aircraft is done. So the next step, I've got that all masked off now. So the next step is to attack the bottom. This will be aluminium because it's an early Spitfire. So it'll be a gloss black first, and then an aluminium. Same with the prop. It's black prop, and then that'll progress. That'll be off camera. That'll happen before we go live again tomorrow. And then the last bit. Well, apart from the undercarriage, which you see here, there's nothing else to do. I have an antenna that'll go behind the cockpit there, but there's decals and everything. So I'm on track. I'm enjoying this.
Good.
It's another Spitfire.
Wonderful. That's what I like to see. So
How
for
many
myself,
Spitfires is that now?
say
I'm
again,
sorry, Joe?
How many Spitfires is that now? You've got a fair few.
Simply not enough.
Never enough Spitfires. So for myself, as you know, I've actually finished my kit 43 minutes into the build. That was because it was something incredibly simple, which is this. It's a nice little box frame. We're going to make a little scene in there. I've decided through the help of everybody what we're going to do. There's still a few options and bits and pieces to throw out there, but I do need to start moving forward because obviously the scene itself is the main build for the process of what we're doing, but it's going to need some figures. So I was just putting the figures together. Disappointingly, there's quite a lot of flash on this particular kit. This is the US officers from Mini Art. I don't suppose it's a particularly new rendition of what I'm doing, but in fairness, the details are really quite nice. The way they go together is very nice. Just the flash is a bit of an ache, I think would be the right phrase. But you know, we're going to get there. It's all going to be good. So nothing really to complain about as such. So like I say, we've been here for, or these guys have been here for 4 hours. We are trying to keep the segments into 4-hour slots. Although I believe we've just been joined by somebody too. You're gonna think I'm doing it on purpose. I really am not. Yeah, I can see you backstage. I'm gonna add you in. Bear with me.
Goedemorgen, meine Herren, wie geht's?
There you go. Nice
Steph.
to see you. Nice to see you, Steph. We were just gonna wrap up.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I know you know that, but I just so you're like, oh no, I can't shut it without saying hello to him because he'll. Anyway.
Bye then.
Yeah, so Steph is our auctioneer. He will be back on the Aussie stream to do the auction at some point. He also is all set and ready to go for the next segment, which is the UK section. They'll be taking over in about half an hour's time. It gives everyone time to have a cup of coffee and stretch their legs. Get to bed if you've been up long.
Yes,
Okay.
James.
I'm not going to. I've been to bed. I'm not going to moan and groan at people, but I will point the finger at people if they don't do what they're told. So, don't make me be dad. You don't want to see James the dad. Mm-mm. Anyway, so from us all here to you all over there, thank you very much for being with us, and we will see you in the next one. Bye bye.
You will.
Thanks for joining, Trev.
Thanks for having me.
Sorry.